Okay. So did nobody hear anything I just said? Has anybody heard anything I just said on the video? Okay, people apparently couldn't hear me. I guess the mic was muted. Okay, there we are. All right, let me just start. Should I just start this shit all over again? I'm just going to start the whole thing all over again since nobody heard me. All right, screw it. Let's start the whole thing all over again.
Oh, it's good to be back.
All right, it is the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio, Riptide Media Network. We're going to recap everything, an incredible sports weekend. Oh, my goodness, from the Stanley Cup and NBA playoffs to the Kentucky Derby to NASCAR to Formula One racing. And, of course, the roast of Tom Brady last night on Netflix was absolutely epic, 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 epic. Have all the highlights for you coming up. All right, welcome. Sorry about didn't know that the mic because everything. See, what happens is sometimes there's so many audio with so many buttons in here sometimes that I lose track of what is live, what is taped, what is audio this. That or the other thing. Anyway, I am Pete Sheppard. Welcome, my minions. Welcome to an unbelievable show here lined up for you today on Monday. I only have one guest today. It's going to be Mick Colagio, 8:30. We're going to break down the Bruins-Panthers series. I have a poll question up on Twitter right now that simply says the Bruins went 2-0-2 versus the Panthers this year. We all know regular season stats don't mean all that much. However, who you got in this series? And as I refresh and it's only been up for 20 minutes. 82 votes so far. Bruins 54.9%. Florida Panthers 45.1%. Now everybody can hear me. Yes, I get it. Also, as my nose is really itchy, so stand by. I'm on my third cup of iced coffee this morning, so be warned. One thing about being here live in the Naples Wealth Planning Studio is they have an awesome, maybe one of the best coffee machines I've ever seen. And it's free. And it actually can produce iced coffee, which I love. And here in Southwest Florida, even when I was back in New England, I liked iced coffee over regular coffee when I was doing my radio stuff in the morning. How's everybody today? Everybody celebrate Cinco de Mayo, okay? Why isn't that camera following me? R2 follow you too. Me too, I should say. It was an amazing weekend down here in Southwest Florida. It was very warm. It was warm down here. Can you believe it? Yes. And a little muggy, but nevertheless, very, very, very relaxing. And I hope wherever you are, it was good weather. Down here is in the low 80s and very, very nice for this time of year. Where should we begin? I have all the highlights from Angel Martinez is not going to be able to join me until about 8 o'clock today because he's just been nuts doing the play-by-play of the Spanish broadcasting for the Orlando Predators last night or yesterday afternoon. We'll get his take on all of that. I'm going to recap the NBA and the Stanley Cup playoffs. I have so many highlights from the and I got to read it again because apparently nobody heard me last time. An unbelievable job by our friends at Total Sports Prep. They did not only an amazing job with all the play-by-play got you going to hear and the reaction, but the Tom Brady roast last night on Netflix. They did an amazing job of cleaning some of it up. There was a few of the videos that I want you to see that I want to play. Some of it was really, really raunchy. So, but Total Sports Prep did a great job. And for the best articles and audio, only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports crave. It's Total Sports Prep. Staff combs through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. Sports and non-sports kicker stories will leave you laughing all day long. To get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, contact them, info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep, the name says it all. And they cleaned up a lot. I mean, it wasn't horrible. There were a couple of really, really raunchy stuff by Gronk that you definitely need the bleeps. Even on this show, I would have a hard time playing it. But he's probably the only one, technically, if you're really, filthy. The rest of it was absolutely hysterical. Kevin Hart was terrific. Nikki Glaser, who I love Absolutely fantastic. The stuff you're going to hear from Julian Edelman, Rob Gronkowski. Kim Kardashian got booed off the stage. You very rarely see somebody get booed off the stage at a roast, and I've seen a lot of them, from the old Dean Martin stuff to the stuff on Comedy Central. The William Shatner roast is classic from many years ago, and there have been other roasts that I've seen. Very rarely do you see somebody get booed off the stage. I thought she was going to cry, Kim Kardashian, but anyway. And I'll give you a little snippet. All right, here's a little snippet. Here's Kevin Hart last night in the Tom Brady roast on Netflix before we start the rundown of all the great games that happened, or all the great highlights from yesterday and from the weekend, for that matter. Here's Kevin Hart, and there was no subject off limits, and I mean none, nothing. It was absolutely fantastic.
By the way, single life is what you deserve because you had no choice. Giselle gave you an ultimatum. Giselle said, you retire or we're done. That's what she said to you, Tom. You retire or we're done. Let me tell you something. When you got a chance to go 8 and 9 and all it will cost you is your wife and your kids, you got to do what the you got to do. Do you understand me?
And I'm telling you, nothing was off limits. Nothing was off limits. There was only one little awkward moment that Jeff Ross brought up what Robert Kraft, in the massage parlor. He made a joke about it, and Brady got up. It was caught on a camera, and I'll play the cut a little bit later on once I find it. And just said, "Don't say that shit again." And that was it. But everything, I mean, there's some other stuff. They brought up Bill Belichick and the door cam coming out of that woman's apartment not too long ago, which I have the video I'm going to show you. I mean, no bets are off. Kraft and Belichick doing shots. It was crazy, absolutely crazy. So I've got Drew Bledsoe was really a good sport about everything. He was there. I'll give a quick little sample of what's to come. Bill Belichick, one of his great quotes of the night.
People have said that Tom and I have butted heads a lot, and in a way that was true, but not really. It was hard to butt heads with Tom because he was so far up Alex Guerrero's ass.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh God. Just great stuff. I hope you won some shekels on the Kentucky Derby. I did. I did one bet. I had Sierra Leone win, place, or show. That's all I did. One bet, win, place, or show. So some good shekels. That horse coming in second was not bad, as opposed to Mystic Dan. And I'm sure everybody in America who has Dan in their name, whether it be their first name, last name, middle name, whatever it is, this happens all the time. You bet on the name. You have no idea about some of these horses like me, and you just go with the flow. We had a great horse handicapper, Gus Alonso, on Friday. Did a great job, and it was a great race, record setting. Nearly 17 million people watched. Record. Not only were they watching, they were betting, and for 2.5 minutes or whatever it was a fantastic race. It really was down the stretch, and everybody seemed to be having everybody had a good time. The NASCAR situation: Kyle Larson wins over Chris Besker by 0.001. That's that. Not even a blink. Not even a blink. As somebody said, it's like a fly splattering on the window. Not even that. 1/1000 of a second at the Kansas Speedway in Kansas City, Kansas. Not Kansas City, Missouri. Kansas City, Kansas. The F1 down here, 2 hours that way, down Alligator Alley. That track is. I'm not a NASCAR guy. I'm not an F1 guy, but I can appreciate beauty. And that track in Miami, I don't see a lot of tracks. I have seen a lot of track, but that's got to be aesthetically one of the prettiest ones, right? I mean, it's just gorgeous. The Crypto.com Miami Grand Prix, Lando Calrissian, I made that up, Norris outlasts Max Verstappen, who everybody picks to win in every single race. So congratulations, Kyle Larson wins. there, and seems to be a very well-liked guy. I don't know him from a hole in the wall. I don't know Kyle Larson from anybody. And the only Larson I used to know was Tom Larson back in Boston days. That's about it. Meanwhile, so love to hear from you. Text or call. Actually, just text 727-858-6650. Great Riptide Media video platform. You can follow me on Twitter X. You can follow me on my Facebook page. And on Twitter, by the way, at pshep326. On mine and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Spotify, LinkedIn, Rumble, and Sports Radio 102.9. Man, lots of stuff. Even got some NFL news to get to as well. The Florida Everblades going up 2-0 over Orlando Solar Bears in the South Division Finals after their 6-3 win on Saturday. Game 3 tomorrow night at the Kia Center in Orlando. Game 4, by the way, will be on the 9th, which is Friday. And then if that is the case, I should say it'll be on Thursday. And then if it's game 5 is necessary, that would be on Sunday, 5/12. All right, lots to get to. So let's start in the NHL, shall we? And I got to say, I got to play it again. From what happened. I was absolutely going berserk on Saturday night. It was fantastic. I told you the Maple Leafs will find a way. Now, of course, the Bruins found a way as well. But Maple Leafs, people, you are just like Red Sox fans before 2004. It is unbelievable. Curses. I tweeted this out. Curses. The world is against us. The league has set us up to fail. All that bullshit that means nothing. Okay? We used to do the same thing as Red Sox fans. I never believed in curses. I believed in horrible general managers and ownership and all that stuff, and to a degree, a little bit of bad luck. But after 2004, that all changed. Maple Leafs, you're going to get your day someday, but it's not going to be today or this week. Probably won't even be next year. I was sticking all week with 1959, damn it. And the Bruins, after letting the series seemingly slip away up 3-1, which happens every single time they play Toronto, it seems. Every series they play goes 7, and the Bruins win every time. Every single time. And that was as dramatic as it gets on Saturday night. Man, and Sean McDonough nailed it as usual. He is such a great guy, such a great announcer, and he nailed it.
People to the net. Lindholm, right wing corner. Pasternak is there. He scores! David Pasternak wins it for Boston. After Game 6, Jim Montgomery said Pasta has to step up. The place is alive because Pasta stepped up. Long on the far side, Pasternak reads this dump in from Lindholm. He beats the Leafs to it off the far boards and is able to make the deke and swing it around the leg of Ilya Samsonov. And the Bruins go on to Florida with a Game 7 overtime win. Riley is beat to the puck. It took a bounce and an angle going right to the net. It worked out perfectly for Pasternak to skate onto the puck. He turns to the net, and the agility and quickness to go forehand, backhand, and in. And the Bruins survive and live another day.
Thanks to ESPN. That was Sean McDonough, Ray Ferraro right there as well with the analysis. And that was a set play, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I am telling you, all National Hockey League teams practice that type of play. Lindholm knew that bounce was going to come pretty close to back out in that corner. That's what home ice can do. When you know all the little nooks and crannies of an arena, a rink, so to speak. They used to be like dead spots at the Boston Garden, the old Boston Garden, where the Celtics would know some of the dead spots. The opposing team would come in, dribble once in a while, and take a funky bounce. Every NHL team practices this stuff, particularly in morning skates. And we have Michelangelo on at 8:30. Lindholm, that was. I guarantee you, they go through that time and time again, and knowing where those bounces are going to be in the Garden. A great play by Lindholm, and as you heard Ray say, the analysis. What a play by Pasternak beating Riley. And I said it on Friday. Jim Montgomery said it. Not only hit somebody, but Pasta had got to step it up, and he stepped it up in a huge way. And the Bruins are moving on tonight to take on the Florida Panthers. Game 1 over at Sunrise. Bruins went 2-0-2. They actually match up better with Florida than they do Tampa Bay. As crazy as that may seem, that's what happens though in sports. Certain matchups, certain teams for whatever reason. Now, Toronto can match up with anybody and they're going to lose. The only reason they won last year is because Tampa Bay was so banged up, and they would have been bounced in the first round last year too. So they're bounced again in the first round. They're the only team that they just disregard. It doesn't matter who's playing, who's coach. It doesn't matter. They're going to, until they prove to be otherwise, they're going to lose in the first round. Then you go 82-0, and you're going to lose in the first round. Sorry, Paul Bissonnette. I do appreciate your passion, but you got a little kooky with this team. And, you'll be touting them next year, this, that, and the other thing. It is what it is. The Bruins are moving on. They were 2-0-2 against Florida this year. They match up better, believe it or not, with the Panthers than they do with the Tampa Bay Lightning. Every year is different, but the revenge factor has got to be there for the Bruins. Has to be there tonight. So just to recap, which I will in a second. We're gonna recap all the NHL right now. Actually, let's just start with that. We're gonna recap the NHL playoffs from yesterday, and ESPN had the games, and the Rangers got it going first in the first period.
But just plays a different way and is a different body frame than the much larger Pesce. There's been some speculation that Pesce might be able to return during the series, but we didn't get that feeling before the game, and they're behind 1-0 on a goal by Mika Zibanejad.
Yeah, then Jakob Slavin tied the game at 1 in the first period. It was tied at 1, and then moving on, also in the first period, number 2.
He come right at the center of the action, down low, Kreider, and they score! Mika Zibanejad, his second of the game.
This Ranger power play can zing the puck around like very few in the league. Watch the pass by Kreider as his puck comes to the net. He doesn't even have to look. They've been together so long. He knows that Zibanejad is coming and he's just below the circle. No chance for Freddie Anderson. This is a thing of beauty.
Again, credit to ESPN, Sean McDonough, and Ray Ferraro right there. And then Vincent Trocheck added a third goal in the first period for the Rangers.
They win the faceoff. Gustafsson is the man up high now. He's pressured up high by Seth Jarvis, who's emerged as a good penalty killer this year. Bouncing puck down low, and they score! Trocheck off the setup by Zibanejad.
All right, that made it 3-1. We are still in the first period with high-scoring first period. In the second period, nobody scored. And Shesterkin, the great goalie for the Rangers, wow.
Hoping for Fox coming from the weak side. That didn't connect. Slavin, long pass up the middle. Jordan Staal off the glove of Shesterkin.
A Jacob Slavin beauty to Jordan Staal. Shesterkin continues his magic.
Yes, it was. And meanwhile, later on in the game, the Rangers add their fourth goal.
It's the Stanley Cup playoffs. We relish every opportunity. Lafreniere, Panarin in the circle, scores! It got through Anderson. And a 2-goal lead again for the Rangers at 4-2.
Seth Jarvis scored also in the third period, but that was a final for Carolina. Rangers beat Carolina 4-3. They take a 1-0 series lead there. Meanwhile, in the nightcap yesterday out west, Dallas and Vegas went at it, and Wyatt Johnston got the game going, opens up the scoring for the Stars in the first.
Here's Eichel, tries to pull the string of a save. Made by Ottinger. Puck loose off the post. Marchessault with the chance. What a move by Jack Eichel. And a steal by Wyatt Johnston. He scored!
Again, thanks to TNT for that call. Later on, though, Vegas ties it up.
Asked about Pavelski. Said he was one of my favorite all-time teammates, together with the San Jose Sharks. Now Howden for Carlson. Quick wide pass. Amadio in front, score! Brett Howden ties the game at 1 for the Vegas Golden Knights.
That would be it for the Vegas Golden Knights. The game is tied at 1. We are early into the third period.
Back around for Harley. Johnston for Dallas in the first. Howden for Vegas in the second. Here's Craig Smith back out for Foxa. Backhand shot. Score!
Thanks to TNT. That's a final 2-1 in Game 7. And the Dallas Stars eliminate the defending Stanley Cup champion Las Vegas Golden Knights in that 2-1 victory. Next up for them is Colorado, which I believe that starts tomorrow night. Meanwhile, in the NBA, Game 7, Cleveland and Orlando. Let's pick it up. In the second quarter.
Garland picks up his second. Cole Anthony pulls up, jump shot, got it to go. Cole Anthony with another bucket. Well, it was really an up and down tough view for him.
But just gets by Garland, and he's navigating. He sees the help defenders Mobley, and he says, I better get to my mid-range.
You know, it was 35-20 at that time in the second quarter. And Orlando was up in Game 7 on the road by 18 points. Not good enough.
We got 5 bench players on the floor. Mitchell long distance. Hits a 3! Donovan Mitchell with 35.
Coming off this high pick and roll. Watch how high it's set. Mo Wagner all the way back in drop coverage. They're relying on this Jonathan Isaac rear view contest. But Tristan Thompson set such a good screen, they don't even get to the contest.
No, they don't. And they added on Evan Mobley.
Mitchell looking for a screen. Mitchell drives, goes inside, layup, bank shot, won't go. Mobley, the rebound, and the flush.
In Mobley's offense, here's the reality. He's an excellent player because of his ability to rebound.
Yeah, again, thanks again to ESPN. Here are the final seconds.
It'll be their first playoff series win in 6 years. And that'll do it. Donovan Mitchell and a ferocious Cavs defense. They win Game 7 and eliminate the Young Magic.
Yeah, they do. After the game, Donovan Mitchell, outstanding 39 points yesterday, and talked about his performance.
Donovan, it was your third quarter performance that really changed this game. JB said that you just knew what time it was. Yeah. What got ignited to you in that third quarter?
Man, I didn't want to go home, to be honest with you. Like, we worked so hard as a group. You know, first of all, I want to give credit to the Magic, man. Like, they got some dogs over there. Jamal Mosley's phenomenal coach. They got some guys that can really go power. Ben Carroll's going to be a monster. You know what I mean? So much respect to them. This wasn't easy. It's a lot of hard work put in. You know, so I got to give them credit. But the biggest thing is, like, we got down early. You know, stay level-headed. You know, continue. You know, to push, continue to believe in what you do. And then the third quarter, trying to set that tone.
What did you guys do differently against Paolo Banchero to keep him or to slow him down in the second half?
Honestly, Ev and Isaac really stepped up. You know, it was hard to keep a guy like him down. You know, he's had some really good nights this series. But, you know, for Ev and Isaac, you know, to really, you know, lock in and do their thing, you know, that was huge for us.
Harris LeVert had a big game as well, but I know you guys are banged up. I know you guys are tired. No time for rest. Boston is next. How do you like the matchup?
Yeah, you know, we got a tough team in Boston coming up on whatever day it is. You know, at the end of the day, we won in the first round. Like, I know we're going to celebrate. You know, Cleveland's going to celebrate this, but we came here to do more. You know what I mean? This is great. You know, we'll have some fun with it, but at the end of the day, we got business to handle whenever we play.
Congratulations, Donovan. We'll see you next round.
Thank you.
Cleveland 106, Orlando 94. Now Cleveland gets to come to Boston to play the top-seeded Celtics. Celtics in 5. I'll give Cleveland one game in this one. Celtics in 5. Orlando, a good up-and-coming team. 18-point lead in Game 7 on the road. That's a major collapse. Wow. But that's what, you know, Cleveland just wanted it more. They dug down deep, and Orlando, their youth, I think, got in the way of them. That would have been a you know, not a major upset, but that would have been a pretty good upset. Anyway, that was the only game yesterday in the NBA. Cleveland wins the series 4-3. They're in Boston tomorrow night at the Garden to take on the Celtics. Tonight, the Pacers at the Knicks. This is going to be a really interesting series. The high-scoring Pacers who haven't, you know, things are going to slow down. As we say, it's a half-court offense in the NBA. or things slow down mightily in the NBA. Pacers at the Knicks, 7:30 TNT game 1. Right after that, Minnesota at Denver. That's at 10 o'clock on TNT, and the Timberwolves lead there 1-0. You got to think that Denver's going to fight back tonight to tie that series at a game apiece. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, an MLB rundown. The Twins' 12-game winning streak snapped by my Red Sox. Good game yesterday, but good series all year long. Twins are playing some great baseball. 12-1 in their last 13. MLB rundown, and then give you the highlights of what happened in the Kentucky Derby. We'll have the stretch call again in case you missed it. It's an exciting call. And then highlights galore from the Netflix special last night with Tom Brady. It is absolutely hysterical. No holds barred, nothing, and nobody was off limits. It's all part of the Pete Sheppard Show. Quick break, coming back here, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving.
And hopefully we are back. There's some buttons here and stuff that I still am not sure what to do. Angel Martinez is going to join me at 8 o'clock, and I don't know what I thought. I hate the right thing. But anyway, back here on the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Well Planning Studio. How is everybody doing this morning? Lots going on. We recap the Stanley Cup and NBA playoffs. We give you a little snippet of what is to come. Earlier in the roast of Tom Brady, it was absolutely hysterical last night on Netflix. And here's another little snippet before we get to the MLB rundown. Will Ferrell as Tom Burgundy. And, of course, that's on me because I don't have it potted up. Hold on. Alrighty. All right, now a little snippet of what's to come later today.
But you won't be forgotten. You'll always be remembered as Eli Manning's bitch.
Yep. There's some great stuff from Gronk, from Julian Edelman, from Peyton Manning, and a lot of other people. Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft did a shot together on stage. It was really unbelievable. Watch the show right here, as you know, on the incredible Riptide Media Network video platform. You can follow me on Twitter, X at PShep326. Also on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, and Sports Radio 102.9. I also have a poll question going for you guys today out there. And it is the Bruins, and it went 2-0-2 against the Florida Panthers this year. We all know regular season stats don't mean all that much. However, who you got in this series? 121 votes so far. 52.9% say the Bruins, 47.1% say the Panthers. We shall see. All right. And you can text me at 727-858-6650. All right, let's do an MLB rundown, and then we will start what is going to be hysterical stuff from what happened to Tom Brady's roast last night on Netflix. Mick Colagio, bottom of next hour, is going to join me at 8:30. We're going to break down the Florida Panthers and the Boston Bruins series coming up tonight at 8 o'clock on ESPN. We'll talk about the other series as well. MLB yesterday, Cubs and Brewers.
Command issue also leads to home runs.
Drilled center field. Speaking of home runs, that one back and gone. Dansby Swanson with his fourth. That's got to feel good. And it is 4-0.
If you don't locate it, hitters are so used to seeing 98, 99, they could turn it around, and that's exactly what Dansby Swanson did. Just a beautiful swing, a ball through the middle of the field, almost left center. Nice add-on run.
All right. Thanks there to Marquee Sports Network. Cubs going to blank the Brewers by a score of 5-0. White Sox and the Cardinals. How about this?
Well hit out to center field. Carlson going back, looking up, and it is gone. A solo shot for Eloy Jimenez, his fourth of the season, and the White Sox retake the lead 2-1 here in the seventh.
Fourth home run, 11th driven in, and that ball was hit awfully hard just to the right of center field.
Thanks to NBC Sports Chicago for that. That would be the game-winning run as the White Sox wanted to beat the Cardinals by a score of 5-1. Pirates and Rockies.
3-2 to Bouchard. He hits the ball out towards left. Did he get enough? Gone! Back-to-back shots for the Rocks in Pittsburgh. What just happened?
Magic. Love it. Well, you've been talking about percentages, Billy, and Solly, excuse me, and what they hit, what they do. Well, you know what? He said, I'm going to look for that fastball, turn on it down the left field line. 400 feet later, it's someone's souvenir.
Yeah, Pirates beat the Rockies by a score of 5-3. Jacob Stalling did a 2-run homer right before that. But Pirates win 5-3 over the Rockies because of this.
And that will also do the trick. Deep to right center field, and it's a Crow's missile. Look out, Miller landing. O'Neal Cruz launches his fifth, and the Pirates take the lead.
Well, O'Neal Cruz misses a home run in his last at bat by about 7 feet. This one an absolute no-doubter, just over the Miller side in right center field. He knew it right off the bat.
Yeah, thanks again to the MLB Network and Pittsburgh Radio, Sportsnet Pittsburgh for that call. Pirates win 5-3 after being down 3-0. Meanwhile, Orioles and Reds, and the Orioles. This was all Orioles. They got it going in the top of the first.
To the series. Jordan Westbrook on the next pitch. Takes one the other way. Out to right field, and it is gone. 2 outs, nobody on. And the Orioles have stitched together a rally on a whole cloth here against Lodolo. Westy goes the other way for a 2-run shot. And it is 3-0 in a blink. Whoa.
Later on, that was in the top of the first. Later on, in the top of the 7th, Ryan McKenna gets it into the
runs with 2 outs. And we'll hear from Brandon Hahn up next. Give the call, Kevin.
Well, there's the first run that's not with 2 outs, Rob. A leadoff shot. Ryan McKenna on the first pitch of the 7th goes yard, and it's 5-0 Orioles.
Come on, Mac. Mac wants to get in that long ball action. 3:53 it went.
Mid-Atlantic Sports Network with the call, and then the biggie in the top of the 9th.
That ball drilled to right field by Santander. Well struck, and a grand slam. Anthony Santander with a grand closing on what will soon be a glorious series sweep in Cincinnati.
Boy, you talk about finding the barrel on one. That'll bring a smile to your face, too.
Phillies and Giants had a good one yesterday. Phillies were down in the bottom of the 3rd until Bryce Harper stepped to the plate.
Harper, right field, deep. And gone! Webb's now given up 2 home runs on the season. A 3-run shot to Harper. That's his 7th. And the Philadelphia Phillies now lead it 4-1.
That was the 5th changeup that Bryce Harper has seen tonight. And this one he did not miss. And he knows that it's gone.
Thanks to ESPN with the call. And then icing on the cake for the Phillies in the 7th.
That ball is smoked to left field. Did Estrada get it? He sure did. 2-run shot. Tyro Estrada. Phillies up off the mat. And it's 5-3 here in Philadelphia as the Giants get a big blast from Estrada, his 5th.
What a great feeling after being hit by a pitch. Next at bat, you go deep, drive in 2.
He is 6 for his last 11 in the 3 games here.
Yeah, again, thanks to ESPN for the call. Jackson Reitz also had a solo home run. Phillies win 5-4. Nationals and the Blue Jays in a high-scoring game.
And it is gone. He demolished it to left field. Got the count in his favor, got one he liked, and hit it way out of here for a grand slam.
And Vladdy pulls this ball into the seats in left field. Well done.
Boy, how good does that have to feel for him? He has not homered since April the 10th. That was 21 games ago.
Yeah, thanks again. That's from Sportsnet. The 6-1 lead, though, or at that time, a 5-1 lead, was a 6-1 lead after Isaiah Kinner-Falefa had an RBI single in the top of the 3rd. But here come the Nationals.
Even with the bag at 3rd. Rosario to right. This ball's deep. Springer watching it. Eddie Rosario has put the Nats on top.
He's been waiting for his big Nationals moment, and he delivers. A
A 2-run shot in the 7th, and the Nats have the lead.
Davey showing faith in Eddie. Keep getting him in there against the right-hander, and he comes up big with a huge home run.
Nationals rally. They get the win over the Blue Jays by a score of 11-8. Yankees and the Tigers. Remember, Aaron Judge got ejected on Saturday his first one, but he came back big in the bottom of the first yesterday.
Aaron Judge takes a lot of pride in how he presents himself on the field.
High drive, right field, veering back, track, wall, see ya. Home run, Judge. 1-0 Yanks.
Look, Clinton's going to high-five you going around third base. Aaron Judge, 7th in the year, 20th RBI. Michael, on that last strikeout, I said Aaron Judge is going to deep to right field yesterday. I remember that. Well, it was just one pitch later, that's all.
Game still was fairly close heading into the bottom of the 7th inning, but Juan Soto took care of that.
And he does, rips it to right field. One man scores. Trevino scores. They're waving home Pepe. He scores. Reds up, bases clearing, double for Juan Soto. And the Yankees lead 5-2.
Thanks to the Yes Network right there as well. Moving on, Yankees win by a score of 5-2. Guardians and the Angels.
2-out walk keeps the inning alive for Josh Naylor. Naylor socks one to deep center field. Goodbye. A 2-out, 2-run home run for Josh Naylor, and that is a big insurance hit for this club. So two-run homers today.
Got a fastball up in the zone at 93 and smoked it. Line drive, give Naylor his 8th home run. A couple more ribbies for him.
Yeah, before that, Jose Ramirez had a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 6th. They made it 2-1 that you just heard there, bottom of the 8th, 4-1 Cleveland. That would be the final. Guardians over the Angels 4-1. Rangers and the Royals.
Jonah Heim. And he hits one hard down the right field line. That is gone.
A home run! Jonah Heim just sneaks it over the wall in the corner, and he's tied this game at 2. Well, there you go. A little late in life for this Rangers team with a run in the 8th and a tying home run by Heim in the 9th.
Yeah, credit. That's a Bally Sports Southwest, and the Rangers get it done in extras.
The 1-2. And Lowe corks it out to right field. That's a base hit. Tavares scores, and the Rangers have their first lead of the game, and it comes in the 10th inning.
You can hear the Ranger fans that are here in KC cheering on the world champs.
That's the final. Mariners, or I should say the Rangers beat the Royals 3-2. Mariners and the Astros also went at it yesterday.
Tucker drives one. That is deep, and that is gone. 2-run shot for Tuck. All of a sudden, it's a 1-run game.
King Tuck got a pitch down in that happy spot, a sweeper down and in.
That was in the bottom of the 6th inning, thanks to Space City Home Network right there. That was in the bottom of the 6th. We move on to the top of the 9th.
There you go, line drive. That's into the Crawford boxes, and the Mariners have a 5-4 lead. Cal Raleigh, 8th home run. It's the 4th home run he's hit right-handed. The big fella comes up really big here in Houston. 0-2 pitch, and he takes Hader deep.
Thanks to the Root Sports Network final. Mariners 5, Astros 4. Twins and Red Sox went at it yesterday in Minnesota. And the Twins had a 12-game winning streak going until this.
Red Sox trying to grab the lead here in the 5th. And a high fly ball left field deep. Carroll backing up. And that ball gets out, a home run. And for the first time in a week, the Red Sox go yard. Cedar Rafaela with number 3. And the Sox lead at 3-1 in Minnesota.
Thanks to Dave O'Brien and Nesson for that call. They go on to rout the Twins yesterday by a score of 9-2, ending the Twins' 12-game winning streak. D-backs and Padres went at it yesterday, and it was all Arizona from the get-go.
McCarthy holding. Marte drives one deep to right field. Ketel Marte, goodbye. Well, let's get him going. Number 6 for Pique, and it's 2-0 Diamondbacks.
Home run comes on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball right where Cattell was looking for it, and he absolutely mashed that ball to right field. I mean, that's belt high, middle of the plate, no doubt about it.
Right off the bat, you do.
11-4 final D-backs win. Marlins and the A's. Was all Marlins yesterday.
So he's another Marlin who could use a big hit. And maybe this is it. Fly ball, right center field. It is 3-run home run, Nick Gordon. Marlins take a 4-0 lead.
Oh, right on cue, Paul. How about that? Well, when you're all over the map with your fastball and you groove one, Gordon deposited it. That right field fence over that high right field wall.
4-0 Miami here in the first.
Yep, they went on to rout the A's yesterday, 12-3. Dodgers and the Braves yesterday, and it was another great day for Shohei Ohtani. He got it going in the bottom of the first.
Throws one to center field. Harris turns and watches this ball fly. We're loving him more and more by the day. Shohei Ohtani with his 9th home run. 2-0 Dodgers. 2 batters into the game as Ohtani goes deep for the second day in a row.
Yes, and he was not done yesterday. We head to the bottom of the 8th.
A.J. Minter out of the Braves bullpen. Comes home to Ohtani. Smashes a drive. Center field. Shohei Ohtani. We're gone. 464-foot home run. The 4th hit of the day for the other Rogan. One of a kind. Shohei Ohtani.
That was a bomb, by the way. Thanks to Spectrum Sportsnet for the call there. An absolute bomb. Dodgers go on to beat the Braves 5-1. The Rays and Mets were in a thriller yesterday. In the end, it was about the Rays and extras.
And a liner into center field. That's going to be a base hit and skipped by Beatty. Caballero scores the tying run. Here comes Rortvedt, and the Rays win it. It's a 7-6 final. DeLuca comes through.
Next to Bally Sports right there. 7-6, the Rays win over the Mets. And there is your MLB rundown. All good stuff. But I promise when we come back at the, well, I'm not going to take a break yet, but I do want to, we have so many highlights, audio and video of the Tom Brady roast last night on Netflix. And like I said, no subject was taboo. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. For those of you who missed the Kentucky Derby on Saturday for whatever reason, here's how it ended.
There on the far outside, here comes a run from Stronghold and Resilience has now moved up to take the lead as Fierceness is given way, coming by the 16th hole, and Mystic Dan is now cut through on the inside. It is Mystic Dan down toward the inside with the lead in the final 16th. Forever Young, Sierra Leone is coming. These three coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's a photo of the Derby. Oh, it's a photo. Is it Mystic Dan or was it Sierra Leone? Forever Young is between them. Catching Freedom, finish fourth. A photo finish to decide the 150th Kentucky Derby.
Thanks to NBC Sports with the call right there. Yes, and I had one bet, Sierra Leone, and I had it to win, place, or show. Same amount of money. So you get the place. I get the show. I get the place money, and I get the show money because he finished second. So I get second and third. Cash out. Not bad. Not bad. I don't go crazy. I flipped it on about 5 minutes before the race. Like I said, the Kentucky Derby gets later and later and later, it seems, every single year. Man, oh man. Again, the other things in sports, which I usually don't follow, but I know many of you do, and I want to keep you posted. Kyle Larson won over Chris Besker by 1/1000th of a second, 0.001 at the Kansas Speedway in Kansas City, Kansas yesterday in the NASCAR race. And in the F1 Formula, the Crypto.com Miami Grand Prix, Lando Norris outlast Max Verstappen. I know Verstappen's name, and he's probably the best F1 racer in the world. Great track in Miami again. Great crowd. It looks so pretty on television with that aqua blue and everything else. The way that track is set up, really, really cool stuff. All right, I'm about to take a quick break here once again here on the Pete Sheppard Show. as we and I can see I got to line up my breaks here. Angel's going to join me after the top of the hour here because I can't wait to hear from him. He's got to be completely exhausted. He was nonstop from Friday's show all the way until I don't know what time he got home. There's probably some time this morning, if not late last night. But we'll get his take on the Orlando Predators and all that stuff. Here on the Pete Sheppard Show on the Riptide Media Network. Don't forget, you can text 727-858-6650. Watch the show on Twitter X. Follow me at PeteShep326 on my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, and on Sports Radio 102.9. Next hour after the break, all the Tom Brady roast highlights, video and audio for you coming up in case you missed it, and you don't want to miss this. It is hysterical. As I said, no subject will go untouched. It's the Pete Sheppard Show here live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. It's hour number 2, the Pete Sheppard Show, here live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio, right here on the Riptide Media Network. How's everybody doing on this fabulous Magic Monday? It's already May 6th already, day after Cinco de Mayo. I'm sure some of you are recovering, and I know at least in Southwest Florida that every Mexican restaurant was absolutely jam-packed yesterday, and rightly so. And the beauty about here down in Southwest Florida is happy hour is crazy. There's so many all-day happy hours every day that it's like Cinco de Mayo down here every single day, and you can find happy hours all over the place. Speaking of somebody who's happy, it seems every single hour. Joining me for the first time today for this week is incredibly. He is awake. The one and only Angel Martinez, executive producer extraordinaire, host, co-host of the Martinez and Depot Show Unscripted, coming up after this program today at 10 a.m. Angel, good morning.
Good morning, Senor Sheppard. Because we were on this weekend, I don't know how to speak English anymore. So we are here. It is good to be back with you beautiful people. And it is a constant happiness in my heart.
You sound like Speedy Gonzalez, even though you're not. But I listened to some of the broadcasts yesterday. Outstanding. So tell everybody, what was it like?
A busy weekend for sure. Starting since Friday night.
Who won, first of all? Because I didn't get the chance to see. I heard some of the broadcasts, obviously. Who won?
So, well, we didn't win, that's for sure. Unfortunately, Desert Hawks won 30-14. Did not play. Orlando did not come to play. At least it didn't seem like. It was probably the only 2 games in the season. Hopefully that was the worst game of the season. But no, it was busy Saturday. Ended up running down to Orlando, go down to their new studios, and flying from one studio to the next to have a conversation. So that was fun, which then led into yesterday. We got there about 9:30-ish in the morning. Game didn't start till 1, getting everything set up, make sure the audio test was happening. But then the fun part was because this was a first time that we're actually linking the 2 stations together, there was 3 of us there, myself, Alonso, and Israel. And the funny part was that Israel, for those who like to hear the American version of it, he was giving me the signal, like, if you see me doing this with my finger kind of repeating for those who can't see on the digital airwaves, he said, just start from the beginning again. So my station feed over to their feed takes about 1.5 minutes for it to collaborate. So he's coming back and saying all they're hearing is American people talking. I said, it's got to take about 1.5 minutes to come through. Then the audio, because we went live on a pregame show at 12:30. The audio inside the Kia Center is so loud that I couldn't hear myself think. Over the mics, it's picking up the audio. Thankfully, you couldn't hear it as blaring as we could hear it. Initially, you could only because I had to adjust so many damn things on the fly. But it was so loud that my ears were just going bananas. And so now I have one guy tell me, repeat what you just said. Then he puts the phone up to my ear. Can you hear it? And I'm telling him, yeah, I could hear it slightly. And so for the first 20 minutes, you hear me saying in Spanish, hello, I'm Angel Martinez, and welcome. And then it was like, wait, again. So now I do it again for the second time and the third time. And it's not only me. Then Alonso is doing the same thing because he's on 96.1 as we're trying to put everything together. So I would say the first 15 minutes, for those who tune in and those who know how to speak Spanish or even understand it, Pete and repeat could have been said enough within the first 15 minutes. But after that, we're good.
Well, I mean, I know that it's got to be frustrating when you're doing play-by-play. You got enough just to learn the names, the numbers, and all that stuff, but you got to. I salute you for just getting through, and I'm sure it's going to get better and better. But they got the music was just blasting, huh? It was just too loud.
There was one thing I said to Sean, the GM, and he said, "How's it going?" Because at one point he came through, and that guy he was running around as well. But he comes up and he says, "How's it going?" And so I kind of went off the mic a little bit and said to him, "Hey, but it's good, except for the next time they need to crank it down. Don't get me wrong, if this was a playoff atmosphere and everything needed to be at like 1,000 decibel, it would have been perfect. The problem was we weren't in a playoff atmosphere. It was game one. We had about 2,500 people in attendance. Of course, we were fighting game 7 from the Orlando Magic, but it was so loud. And the pregame show, God bless. I mean, if you were asleep, you were definitely awakened by everything. If not, you were dancing in the stands. It was way too loud. And by the time it was done at the end of the night, I was just like, oh my God, my ears are relieved, because that's the only time. And then they had the post-game concert, which is absolutely fantastic. But holy crap, it was a burn session.
Well, and look, the thing is, from the beginning, wherever Orlando played, they were always, it was always, and I don't understand why, it's something about that building that just everybody, and where the Magic played and wherever in Orlando, it's just loud. Nobody can think.
Yeah.
And maybe they're trying to boost it up for the first game and everything else. And hopefully they'll tell you, because nobody wants to hear blasting music during the game. And the Magic is the worst when they play at home. Absolute worst. All the stadiums are bad now. But we've talked about this before. I mean, with something with Orlando in that building, they just play the music constantly. You can't even hear yourself think. I don't know but anyway.
You're right, because that was the worst part. The worst part was like, if it's like your producer, it would be like Debbie being in my ear and telling me, and she was trying to give me like hand gestures, like, here, do this or try that. And then I have the station trying to say, okay, here's what's going on. But the music is so overpowering that your brain is like, I can't think. This music won't stop. And then you had the motorcycles, it was neat. They had the motorcycles that came in, went around for the national anthem. But even the national anthem, and the girl did a terrific job singing the national anthem. But if they could turn it up to 2,000 when she was on, it was 2,000. But of course, at that point, we're all standing up as we should for the national anthem. And so initially, when she came on to clear the mic, it was just almost kind of like a kaboom in your ears. I'm like, okay, all right, this is going to be fun the rest of the way. But it turned out to be fantastic, thankfully. The guys I was with had tons of energy. Alonso's been doing it for 30 plus years, so it's different. He has the proper Spanish because he's originally from Spain. And he's been in Mexico for like many, many years. And so he has the dialect down from both sides. So when he's calling games and stuff, you can hear it. And so because it's my first broadcast in Spanish, there was nothing worse than you're trying to sound somewhat sensible. But in the meantime, there was so much stuff going on in the background. I was like, okay, all right, I'm just going to passionately do what I can possibly do. And at the end of the day, just say, all right, it's done.
Well, it'll get easier and easier for you. So the first time is always the worst, because and it's not because of you or not being prepared, but when you have to deal with outside elements, forget it. That you're not used to. You just don't know. And you can't practice it either. Unless you sat at your house and did Spanish play-by-play with music blaring from all angles. There's no way to practice that.
No, there isn't. And I felt bad because thankfully the general manager from the station, he was really happy, which was really cool. We ended up picking up 2 more live stations, I think, at the half. And for those, by the way, who are listening over on Vid 96.1, on 1330 Lo Mejor, 1340 Lo Mejor in AM, 96.1 Lo Mejor in FM. Welcome, as you guys are listening in as well, of what's called the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network.
And you are in for a treat right now, because we are going to go through some of the video and audio highlights of the Netflix special last night about the roast of Tom Brady. It was genius. It was so well done. No subject was everything was on the table, every single one. Angel, if I may, this one, I want to start with a video, if I may. If you want to scroll down on my Twitter page, it's under Netflix, and it's right at the beginning. It's Bill Belichick, Drew Bledsoe, and Tom Brady meet again. We're going to do most of the audio, and I have it over here, and it's cleaned up a little bit thanks to our friends at Total Sports Prep. .com. But if you see it, it says Bill Belichick, Drew Bledsoe, and Tom Brady meet again at hashtag the Tom Brady roast.
Hang on. I saw the first.
Yeah. Yep. I've got a lot of stuff retweeted. We're not going to use all of it. Just maybe one or two more after this one. If you scroll, then it'll say Netflix. It's a Netflix. Bill Belichick, Drew Bledsoe, and Tom Brady meet again at the Tom Brady roast. Yes. This was just a little sample of what was to come.
Oh boy, I missed that. There was so much stuff I missed over the weekend.
Oh, I know. No worries.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
It's great seeing you again. This is a big night. The fans want you. Everyone wants you. But it's not your night. Sorry, Drew. Brady.
Yeah, Coach.
You're in. Let's go.
Let's go. Are you fucking kidding me? Again?
It's great seeing you again.
Yeah, that was just a little step. Now, if we could, as long as we're doing this, this is a great one. The next one up, Bill Belichick had a message to Rob Gronkowski as well.
Gronk, I've been watching you on Fox NFL Sunday, and I'm begging you, please, stop doing your job. Do another job. Do somebody else's job. Gronk, I've been watching you on.
All right. And then, you know what? Let's just say with the video. One up from that. Last night, Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick had a toast on stage.
Boy. I want to say this is the greatest coach in the history of the game that did what no one else has done. And having Tom Brady and him was the greatest honor the good Lord gave me. So, here. A black man made that happen. I wanted to say.
All right, and then one more of the video. Right up from that is Robert Kraft has a message from Vladimir Putin.
Well, that should be interesting. Oh boy.
And one more thing. In case Vladimir Putin, you're watching, give me my fucking ring back, will you?
That's a true story. You know, apparently he stole it out of his pocket or whatever. That is absolutely hysterical. Well, I'll tell you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a true story. Whether Kraft actually gave it to him or was actually stolen from him. Two different stories. All right, I'm going to play the rest of the audio stuff from here, Angel. This is great stuff. Here's more from Bill Belichick joking with Tom Brady and his soccer team.
Yeah, we've already talked about the cryptocurrency. I'll stay away from that one. But I see your soccer team, Birmingham City, got knocked down to another tier in the English Football League. So, you know, for those not familiar with English football and the intricacies to their obscure regulation system, just let me say, I'll put it in English for you, they suck. Not so easy running a team, is it, Tom?
Rick. Yeah, I'm going to get to Rick. I'm going to get to that cut in a second here. Bill also joked about the Apple TV docuseries.
Here to lighten up the mood a little bit tonight. But seriously, I'm so honored to be here for the roast of Tom Brady on Netflix. It's not to be confused. It's not to be confused with the roast of Bill Belichick on the 10-part Apple TV series.
And he also talked about butting heads with Brady from time to time.
You know, people have said that Tom and I have butted heads a lot, and In a way, that was true, but not really. It was hard to butt heads with Tom because he was so far up Alex Guerrero's ass.
And those of you who forgot, Alex Guerrero was the trainer. Never a fan of Alex Guerrero. I mean, he's a great trainer, but the guy is a lying sack of crap too for pretending to be a doctor, and I mean, just a lot of weird things. But he certainly helped Tom in his career, at least from a health standpoint. More from Bill on who's responsible for the Patriots dynasty.
Seriously, Tom and I had our differences, but it only comes to love and respect about our relationship, and we did some special things together. For all of you out there that think about who's responsible for the Patriots' success during the time when Tom and I were there, was it Brady? Was it me? Was it Brady? Was it me? In reality, the truth of the matter is, it was both of us because of me.
And the last one from Bill, we have a lot of other people to get to. Let's see. He says he has a big heart, which he does.
A lot of you don't know, but I really have a big heart. I really do. I rescued... seriously. Come on, man. I rescued a dog from the shelter, and I rescued Randy from the Raiders.
Oh, and okay, moving on to Drew Bledsoe. Jokes he hates Tom Brady for taking his job.
So, real talk, a lot of people just assume that I have a lot of animosity toward Tom Brady. But I'm here to tell you tonight, in front of millions of people, that you're correct. I hate him.
All right, and then he goes on more about Brady.
Buddy, you have more rings than I do, but I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the #1 overall draft pick in the NFL. And a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
Now, the only awkward moment last night, Angel and everybody else, Jeff Ross made a massage joke about Robert Kraft.
So Tom became a Patriot, moved up to New England, and on the first day of training camp, that scrawny rookie famously walked into the owner, Robert Kraft's office, and said, "I'm the best decision your organization has ever made." Would you like a massage?
So Brady waited about 9 seconds, got up from the chair, went to Ross and said, "Don't say anything about that shit again." And he was serious. And he was serious. But anyway, that was the only really awkward moment. Jeff Ross, though, he roasts Dana White.
Dana White, I see you hiding over there. What's up, Dana? Look at this. Talk about a legend in the room. Pull back. I want to show he brought the whole cast of Queer Eye. Dana, who are these guys? Are these guys are they neutered? What the is going on here? The sign said no pets, Dana. I love you, Dana. You're like Michael Vick, but with human beings.
And then we move on to Julian Edelman. Oh, my God. He was one of the best of the night.
Everyone always asks me how big Gronk's is. Now, don't get me wrong. It gets the job done. But there was this other Patriots tight end. Now, he was hung. Think about it. Think about it.
Of course, a reference to Aaron Hernandez, who ended up hanging himself in his jail cell, which a lot of people thought he got the easy way out. Meanwhile, more from Julian Edelman. He goes off on Bill Belichick.
You remember when you used to yell at us? Look, the kids down at Foxborough High can make that play.
I've been waiting for this for so long.
Look, Foxborough High is the only job offer you had. Do your job? More like need a job, coach.
Kevin Hart, who was the main host last night, too, jokes about Brady's divorce.
By the way, single life is what you deserve because you had no choice. Giselle gave you an ultimatum. Giselle said, you retire or we're done. That's what she said to you, Tom. You retire or we're done. Let me tell you something. When you got a chance to go 8 and 9 and all it will cost you is your wife and your kids, you got to do what the you got to do. Do you understand me?
Meanwhile, another awkward moment was Kim Kardashian. You know, people get booed once in a while at roast. She clearly was upset. Wherever they were at, they wanted no part of her.
Well, thank you. I know a lot of people make fun of your height. All right, Kevin.
She couldn't even do it. She's supposed to say like one or two. She couldn't even do it. Boot her off the stage. That's how disrespected she is. Especially with the OJ series now doing back on Netflix, which is one of the great documentaries of all time, rehashing everything, all the live the accounts of what happened. Didn't do her any good. Peyton Manning also there. He talks about Brady as well, especially his diet.
My idea of dinner is Applebee's. Tom's idea of dinner is eating apples and bees. Of course, we all know Tom has 5 more Super Bowl rings than I do. He also has more touchdowns. Than I do. More passing yards, more retirements, more fake hair. More TB12 bankruptcies. That is all true, okay? But I remember once that Tom told me, Peyton, numbers don't matter. Sure, it was right before he deleted every number in his phone because NFL investigators were about to kick down his door. But it was still nice of him to say. One thing that Tom and I definitely have in common, though, is our love of the game of golf. And listen, not to brag, we're both pretty good players. My handicap is a 6.4, while Tom's handicap is blowing leads to the Super Bowl to my brother Eli.
Peyton Manning went on as well, talked about Bill Belichick joining the show.
It is great to see the greatest coach in NFL history, Coach Bill Belichick, here. For those that don't know, Coach is going to be doing some work on Eli and my Monday Night Football show this year. I got to tell you, it's going to be awesome. Eli and I are super excited, and it's going to give Coach Belichick something he hasn't had in a while, the chance to be around quarterbacks that he respects.
More from Peyton as well.
Honestly, it is great to be here with a bunch of people sitting around talking smack about Tom Brady. Or as we call that in the Manning family, Thanksgiving.
On to Randy Moss.
Why the did we cheat when I was there?
Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick. We did this toast. We showed the video, right, of the toast earlier between those two.
Yeah.
And you gave the Vladimir Putin thing. Then Tom Brady took the stage.
Kim Kardashian, thank you so much for being here. I know Kim was terrified to be here tonight. Not because of this, but because her kids are home with their dad.
Kanye West. Then he talked about buying the Raiders.
But I don't want to get the NFL too upset. I'm trying to buy a piece of the Raiders. I'm tired of owning just the Colts and the Bills.
And of course, he discussed Deflategate.
We got so many great football greats here tonight. But where's Roger Goodell? I know. Remember Deflategate? The NFL spent $20 million and found that it was more probable than not that I was generally aware that someone may have deflated my footballs. You could have just given me the $20 million and I would just told you I did it.
More from Tom.
There have been a lot of jokes tonight, but the truth is, I missed the love of my life. Football. So to my fans, it's been an honor to be your guy that you can count on to get the team down the field and somehow pull off a last-minute miracle victory. What's called in football a Tom Brady. And to all the rest of you who've been talking about me for 20 years, I got one thing to say. Lose my number. Come on, baby.
He also discussed how the bar was very low with the tight end situation when he came to the Patriots.
Professor Gronkowski, my boy, thank you for being here. Despite everything we've seen here tonight, Gronk was actually useful on the field. Although the bar for Patriot tight ends was pretty low back then. Block, catch, don't murder.
And before we go to break, here's where Tom Brady takes shots at everybody, all his former teams that he's beaten.
But I don't want to get the NFL too upset. I'm trying to buy a piece of the Raiders. I'm tired of owning just the Colts and the Bills. Buffalo fans call themselves the Bills Mafia. How are you the Mafia? At least the Mafia has a ring you can kiss. And while we're at it, screw Colts fans. Colts are just Broncos who don't. Kansas City, you say your stadium is the loudest. It helps when all your fans are 14-year-old girls. And in honor of Tay-Tay, let's take a look at the Chiefs eras. Terrible for 50 years, good for 5. Shake it off. Philly fans are just racist. But Kevin Hart is from there, so I get it. Yeah, you, Kevin. In Philly, they have to grease up the light poles so people don't climb them after games. You know how they grease up those poles? They rub someone from Philadelphia on them. And Giants fans, Eli and you twice.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then one of the best NHL minds on the planet, Mick Colazzi, was going to join me here on the Pete Sheppard Show. We're going to break down the Stanley Cup playoffs, particularly Florida and the Bruins, who go at it tonight in Game 1 as the Stanley Cup playoffs continue. It's all part of the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Is alive because Pasta stepped up. Long on the far side, Pasternak reads this dump in from Lindholm. He beats the Leafs to it off the far boards and is able to make the deke and swing it around the leg of Ilya Samsonov. And the Bruins go on to Florida with a Game 7 overtime win. Riley is beat to the puck. It took a bounce and an angle going right to the net. It worked out perfectly for Pasternak to skate onto the puck. He turns to the net, and the agility and quickness to go forehand, backhand, and in. And the Bruins survive and live another day.
Can't get enough of it. Cannot get enough of it. I've heard and listened to it about 8,000 times over the last few days. And joining me right now, who was there and witnessed it live, the one and only Mick Colagio, one of the best hockey writers in the country from BostonHockeyNow.com and also RinkRapMC.com. He's got a great article out today breaking down the Bruins and the Florida Panthers. Mick, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Pete. How are you, sir? It's wet up here in New England. We're having a rainy week.
Really? We had a bit of a shower yesterday and the day before for about 10 minutes, but that was okay. We needed the rain down here, Mick. 82 degrees and sunny here in paradise. I'm sorry it's a soggy washout, but what was it like for you on Saturday? It's an old cliche. Certainties in life. Death, taxes, and insert something here. And you know me, sorry, Paul Bissonnette, but the Toronto Maple Leafs losing in the first round is inevitable. It is inevitable. I quoted Dr. Ian Malcolm to you. The Maple Leafs will find a way. But that aside, Mick, the play by Lindholm, and you know this, they work on this stuff all the time in practice. And that you want to talk about, there's not a lot of, I don't think, home ice advantage, except for the line changes. And in the postseason, you get the last say. But knowing the little quirks and little idiosyncrasies of your building, that was huge. And that was absolutely, in my opinion, a set play with Lindholm off the boards. Maybe not know he was going to come out so precisely. Riley gets beat, and Pasta knew exactly what was going on. This is the kind of stuff that you don't see in the box score, but gets practiced all the time, and they don't get enough credit for it. What'd you think?
Bob Beers called this on the radio before it happened.
So did Sean on TV.
Yeah, well, it was like, if you listen, they're playing, Social is posting the radio call of this, and you can see that just as Pasta puts his stick out to kind of like throw it this, he says, Judd Surratt's going a million miles an hour on the play-by-play, but Bob sticks in very quickly. He's got Pasta now. It's like he knows that Pasta is what he's thinking, what he's going to try to do, and then he just gives it back to Judd, and Judd finishes it off, and it's happened so fast. Hey, during the pregame warm-up for that game Saturday night, the Maple Leafs were doing a lot more of an active warm-up than the Bruins were.
Yeah, I saw you say that.
In the last several minutes of the warm-up, the Bruins are doing a lot of standing around while the goalie's just taking shots, and and then finally it's Ullmark taking the shots, and guys are just very relaxed. And Toronto, they were very up. They were each guy was making sure they're getting as many puck touches as possible, skating around in circles. But the other thing guys were doing was flipping the puck off the boards in the corner, just trying to remind themselves what happens in TD Garden when you do this. We live in an era where the NHL has gone for homogeneous rinks, and the only way you really know where you are is by the color of the playoff flags that this business and the big logo at center ice. Other than that, NHL rinks are very difficult to discern from one another in this day and age. Back when we were formulating our sports fandom, Pete, we had rinks that you knew where you were just by looking at the boards, the glass, and there were no ads.
Remember back in the day, you remember the old Garden, which looked like a tiny rink, and then you play the next night in Edmonton, if you're full across the country, and Northlands Memorial Coliseum looked like another continent.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah, and they had a certain color to their kick plate, a certain color. Teams had their own color, the way they wanted to color the kick plate. In Montreal, except for one season, 72-73, it was always ice blue. In that year, they painted it gold for some reason. And but you knew where you were. You knew where you were. You knew what rink was what. And back in that day and age, in the older rinks, you had the penalty box on the same side of the ice as the home bench. And the visitors, you had true home ice advantage is what you had. Nowadays, it's very subtle, but you just don't know. And Detroit had this reputation for all these years of lively boards. Well, there's that kind of is sort of a bygone era. but it still doesn't change the fact that the players want to know exactly what to expect when they flip a puck off the boards, and if it's going to be dead, if it's going to be lively, how much does a spin take, based on which way you're a lefty or righty, all that sort of stuff. And this is incredible for Lindholm to be a left-handed shot and calculate this out the way he did for that puck to spin off the boards the way it did.
All right, let's start with the obvious question tonight going into this game, and I'm glad they only had a night off because I think they're going to gain some momentum from this. Let's just start with Swayman. Is it his net to lose, or are they going to go back to Ullman in game one just to see, quote unquote, what happens? Can they afford to do that? Has Jim Montgomery hinted at all what you think he's going to do tonight? Just start between the pipes.
I think everybody and his brother has suggested in the immediately beginning, as soon as the emotions came back down 3 minutes or so after Pasternak's overtime goal that ended the series, there was a sudden buzz. The Bruins should start Ullmark in game one amongst everybody who had an opinion, and almost everybody had an opinion. And they all, and I had never heard one dissenting opinion on this, that Ullmark should be the game one starter, because game ones are quirky. A lot of times game one doesn't just tell you what's going to happen in the series. So it's one you can afford to lose, especially if the opponent has home ice advantage. If you're a team and you're told you're going to get to have a split, if you polled NHL coaches and said, you're going away, you're starting a playoff series on the road, you're going to split and come home 1-1. Which game do you want to win, 1 or 2? I guarantee you 100% would say, give me game 2. Because by then the teams know each other, they've adjusted to one another, they're renewing their familiarity with each other, and then there's this little thing that some people say they don't believe in, but they sort of do: momentum. So there's a lot to be said for winning game 2 on the road. Therefore, it makes so much sense in the heads of so many people to play Ullmark in game 1 tonight. But you asked me if Montgomery had given any indication. Absolutely not. There's been no indications given in the playoffs. There just aren't. They're not, everything's the word is mum, and they'll talk about why and wherefore after. And Montgomery's always said, even with the rotation business that was going on, people were for a while ignoring his addendum to that. Was a little asterisk at the bottom of that, was that, hey, if a guy is really hot, then we may consider riding it out with him. Well, look what they did. So they never violated and went against anything they told the media they were going to do. Montgomery's never lied about this. And so he just hasn't announced what he's doing tonight. But I don't know. If it's me, I wouldn't be going to Linus and saying how you feel, because I know what the answer is going to be. He's a professional competitive athlete who is playing the most important hockey of his life, getting the best opportunity of his life. What's he going to say? Nah, don't put me in. Like Joe Murphy told, who was the coach back then when he was going to go over the boards, Pat Burns. He said, no, Joe's tired. No, that just doesn't happen to a goalie in this situation. That's going to have to be decided by the Bruins brass, by goalie Bob, otherwise known as Bob Essens, a former NHLer. Very good goalie in his own right. Look up your YouTube highlights with the Winnipeg Jets in the 80s. So that's, to me, it makes a lot of sense to get to Ullmark, come back with Swayman in game 2 no matter what. And then you got a whole new set of circumstances to decide what you're doing going forward.
Verhaeghe, Barkov, Kachuk, arguably one of the best first lines in all of hockey. Now tonight, matchups are huge. Bruins fourth line. Do you think they would Jim start the fourth line tonight and put Beecher, Maroon, and Boquist out there to start the game? You think set a tone maybe?
I think they trust him. Boquist brings a lot of speed and tenacity, and he's a pretty good opportunist, as we've seen in situations. Beecher in concert with Boquist, they scored that goal to start off that Toronto series. With Maroon, what I've learned about him, watching him close up in this last series, is that he's a slow, big rig, but he gets on the puck, and he really is great at harnessing the puck and making a good decision and then executing it strongly. He's just a terrific player in the corners. And the question is, can he get there? And, Barkov is a beast. So, if it's Charlie Coyle, it'll be because it's got to be a body on body kind of a thing. But then they come back at you with Bennett. So, in the course of the series, that's a hell of a 1-2 punch from a physicality down the middle standpoint. It's a different kind of physicality. One guy's a cannonball. The other guy is just kind of like a mountain of a hockey player that's tough to move off the puck and has a terrific stick and mind out there. And, they both can skate fairly well. And, those other guys are opportunists who, and they got other guys who have played very well on the wing for them this year. And they're arguably deeper. This is a tough hockey team. And they're obviously almost a 2-1 favorite in Vegas for a reason.
Yeah, and I don't think it should be that high. And I think what I have witnessed this year, I'm not going just by the Bruins didn't lose to them this year. They were 2-0-2 against them. We all know regular season stats don't mean a whole hill of beans. But I think we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. For this Bruins team, they actually match up better with Florida than they do Tampa Bay. I wanted to play the Panthers for the Bruins. I did not want to play Tampa Bay. Something about that team, whenever they play them, it's very, very different. I feel like, I still see that goal Marchand should have scored last year on the breakaway to put them up 4-1 2 seconds ago. But I do think the Bruins matched up well with this team. They can hang with them. Not only can hang with them, I think the Bruins are going to win in 7. I really do. And I don't think I would have felt that way if they were playing Tampa Bay. It's just I look at matchups. I look how they played against them this year. There's one thing about the Bruins against the Panthers, Mick. They are not intimidated by them. They're pissed at them. Now they got to channel their emotions a little bit. And the one guy in this series I think has to step it up, without a doubt, is Charlie McAvoy, who's been a tad disappointing thus far. Wouldn't you agree?
I think that I'm a huge McAvoy fan.
Me too.
I think that his game kind of got out of sync because it starts out that, this happened when they played the Islanders in 21. It happened when they played the Leafs right here, but they survived it thanks to their goaltending. That really, it's a situation where you got a guy here who needs the right kind of defense partner in order for him to excel and reach his potential and not feel like he's got to do too much, and I think that Charlie McAvoy gets into a thing where he says, I got to be the most physical player on my team. I have to drive the attack. I have to be our shutdown defender. Those are some pretty gigantic bites.
Yeah.
And he's no longer a young defenseman, even though he's a pretty young defenseman. He's a pretty experienced defenseman now who you would hope would play a little more in control. But I think that his game is hard skating. It's hard hitting. When it goes off the rails, it goes off the rails spectacularly. He's like a golfer who can hit the ball 500 yards. The bigger the drive, the bigger the trouble. So I think that with him, I think what we have now is what's emerged here. Well, we'll see what Florida does about it. But Mason Lowry is probably going to be his defense partner going forward here. 2 weeks ago, Mason Lowry was in the minors.
Yep.
But the Bruins seemed at the end of the season, the Mason Lowry plan, even though he was up and down from Providence AHL on several occasions, and which is not ideal. You basically like to just leave him baking in the oven down there and let him get all of his ice time reps, experience in all situations and pressure and everything else, and then bring him up when he's ready. And Mason Lowry has really thrived despite the fact that he's been up, he's been down, he's been up, just because injuries dictated it. But in the end, this turned out very well for him, and he played beautifully for them going down the stretch of the Toronto series. Now, how does he fare against a different kind of hockey team? You got a skilled team aspiring to be a physical team because they know that's where the Bruins can be beat, and now you're truly playing a physical team. So how's that going to go? Is he going to be the left side answer? I don't know. I do know one thing: he's great at improvising with the puck, carrying it out, carrying it into the zone as well. He doesn't get phased by a couple of players. He's really good in traffic with the puck and making good decisions, and probably better in the NHL than he is in the AHL at this point as far as doing that goes. For some quirky reason, he seems like he's at that no looking back moment of his career. That's what Jim Montgomery is hoping this will be it for him, and that he'll never see the AHL again. Is that what's going to happen? I think the Florida Panthers might have something to say about it. We'll see. But I think that we know how the Bruins are going to play their defense now.
No question. Mick Elijah, one of the best hockey writers in the country, for BostonHockeyNow.com, RinkRapMC.com, lots of other places. The Bruins held Toronto 1 for 21 on the power play. You could say, and I want your thoughts, was it more how great the Bruins penalty killing was, the ineptness of Toronto's power play unit, a little bit of both? But can the Bruins carry that sort of stat over into this series against the Florida Panthers?
It's going to be tough because it's a different kind of a power play. I think Florida's going to throw a lot more picks. I'm using basketball language right now. Mm-hmm. They're really good around the posts, around the side of the net and the goal post. And I think Max Domi gave Toronto a little bit of that. Bertuzzi tried to give them some of that, but I think that they're looking at a better version of it here. I do think that Swayman was their best penalty killer, and that's not, I'm not trying to join the cliche crowd on that one, but I do think that he really covered up an awful lot of stuff that might not have gone Boston's way. He was the difference in that series. There's no point in trying to talk around it. That said, the Bruins had to kill penalties very well. In Toronto, they had some infighting on the bench and all, but I think that was just frustration. And that's what happens when you're playing a great goalie. They got their grade A's. They didn't score, I mean, it got a little scary for Boston when Wall got into the net, but then when he couldn't go in Game 7, and then Samsonov starts playing a great game against the Bruins, who were right there with him all the way. So nobody knew how that was going to go until it was over. So, the goaltending cliche with Toronto, was it a difference maker? More because Swayman was so good, though. That's why, because he's playing at a Conn Smythe level. That's what's going on here. So now you're playing them and you say, okay, where am I going to give the check mark? If I'm doing check marks of this Bruins-Florida series, I'm giving the Bruins the goaltending check mark with all due respect to Bob, but that's where it's going. They're not getting any other check marks here. Not one. So, they're playing a terrific hockey team. And, it's the same question I had against Toronto, just goes into bold uppercase and underlined for this series, is what happens on the walls, who wins the wall battles, who wins inside ice. Can the Bruins be the grittiest version of themselves and win their share of pucks on the wall, in the corner, and in front of the net? That's really the question here. That's what it is against anybody who plays the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, and I was screaming on Friday after that game on Thursday night, that loss, and I was just like, I'm just hit somebody. It's hard to talk about a Boston Bruins team in my lifetime that quote unquote lacks a little bit of toughness, but there's definitely something to that. I want them to set a tone without going to the penalty box. Set some sort of a tone that they are not going to be bullied in this series. Now, they've played them tough for 4 games this year already and beat them twice. But, you agree, it's very rarely in our lifetime, one thing we could always say with the Bruins they were very rarely going to be out-toughed. But
you watch the draft and you say, oh, this guy's a perfect Boston Bruin kind of player. I'm thinking what is that anymore?
Yeah.
What is the perfect kind of Boston Bruin player anymore? Because, almost every series the Bruins have lost in the last several years, they've lost it because they did not win enough pucks on the wall. They did not box out. They got out-muscled in front of their own net. They couldn't get inside ice at the other end of the rink. That's been the legacy of this era. And so I think that this is the grittiest version of the Bruins that we've seen since then. I was not a fan of the JVR signing because I didn't feel like at this stage of his career that because he has a lot of knack around the net, that thinking, okay, we need to improve our power play if we're going to get the run support for our goalies that we had last year. We need to improve our power play. So that's why you signed Shattenkirk. That's why you signed Van Riemsdyk. And made it sense from a widgetary standpoint, but from a culture standpoint, it was antithetical to the way the team needs to trend. So at the deadline, they get Andrew Peeke, who's injured, big, strong right side defenseman, who's basically hopes to be the reincarnation of Adam McQuaid. We'll see. He was a high draft pick who didn't develop well in Columbus for whatever reason, and the Bruins are hoping that he can become one of their reclamation projects, just like Pavel Zacha. They're trying to get guys who, 6th overall in 2015, guys who sort of slipped through the cracks and didn't do well, had an uneven period of entry-level play with their teams, and saying, hey, we see something in this guy. Maybe he's ready to take that next step. Maybe with an apprenticeship under Bergeron and Krejci for a year and playing wing, he can learn how to play center here and play his natural position and really excel. And he's been moved back to the wing in the series because of particular needs. They needed the plumbing of Morgan Geekie down the middle. And he's another one. Here's a guy who Seattle didn't qualify. He kind of got left out, and the Bruins have elevated him and saw that he could do that. And the guy's got a lot of, you got to go really to the way back time machine for this, but he's got a lot of Wayne Cashman in his game. He's not pretty when he skates, but he sort of kicks the puck along, and the puck
has better hair.
It tends to follow. It tends to follow him, and and he's like a right shot like Cashman, who can play anywhere in the rink like Cashman, and he just sort of is good around the net. And Geekie was actually most passionate in his life about baseball. He loves baseball, and he didn't make it as a baseball player, but he made it as a hockey player. And when the puck's in the air, watch his stick, because he'll just pick it right out of anywhere. And so you have here a hodgepodge Bruins team full of all the all-stars that retired and they got lost through free agency at the end of last year because of the cap crunch. They got replaced with several players whom Don Sweeney has gotten an awful lot out of, including Danton Heinen, who missed the finale of the Toronto series. I think the last 2 games injured. So when does he come back and re-enter the equation? What's the right mix going to be? The Bruins have found depth through all these signings, and then late in the season, they got guys out of the minors like Justin Brazeau, another reclamation project, a guy who weighed about 50 pounds more than he does now when he was a prospect with the Toronto Marlies, and they refined his body and turned him into an adequate NHL skater, but the guy's terrific with the puck. He's a great positional player. So they've really been terrific at going through the weeds and through the haystacks, through the needles, and finding some things here. So as a result, they're formidable. They're playing a good game. Wotherspoon's another version of this. Toughen up that left side.
Before I let you go, just wanted your thoughts on a couple of other games from yesterday, and I watched all of them start to finish. Just Rangers, not surprised that they won. Surprised that they jumped out to a 3-1 lead, and what's his name almost had a natural hat trick in the first 5 minutes of the game, it seemed. I thought the play of the game was Shesterkin's save on Stahl when they were up 3-1. The Rangers were up 3-1. But just your thoughts on that series real quick, and then quickly on Dallas and Vegas and the Stars moving on in Game 7. But surprised how the Rangers, not that it was easy, but you jump out to a 3-1 lead on Carolina. That is not easy.
Well, first off, Game 1's a quirky. Adjustments are going to be made. Carolina's a great penalty kill team. They were not great killing penalties yesterday. If they call the penalties, if it's a ticky-tack series, I think the Rangers are going to win the series. I think they're more suited roster-wise for that kind of game. If it's a 5-on-5 and the whistles go away kind of a series, then I think Carolina's chances skyrocket. So I think that really, I hate to say it, but I think the officials are going to have a big influence. The enforcement standards and what kind of series that they call here is going to have a lot to do with what kind of, how it goes. because really, I think Carolina's a superior 5-on-5 team. I think the Rangers are superior, even though Carolina's a statistically solid team. I think that the Rangers are great improvisers. Chris Kreider is just masterful around the net, and what they do, they come up with things that you might not see all season. Adam Fox on the point. I mean, that's just a very resourceful team, and given situations and opportunities. Panarin, obviously. So really, I like both of these teams. It's a heck of a collision course that what they're having going on right now with these two, and they're very different hockey teams, which makes it a lot of fun. I hope I have some time to watch some of these games.
Awesome, Mick. You the man. Thanks so much for joining me. Always love your insight, and you got some great column out today that's on Facebook that we're going to retweet or repost, whatever it is. Mick Colagio, BostonHockeyNow.com, RinkWrapMC.com. Anything else you want to plug?
The Pete Sheppard Show.
Are you getting down here at all? You're going to be able to, if the series goes
the schedule does not like me, so I won't be there for games 1 and 2. I don't like my chances of 5. I think Game 7 is probably the one I'll be going for. You said the Bruins are going to win it in 7,
yes.
So you know what? I'll be there like good old media friend Tony Arrico. You were wrong. You were wrong. From the old Sullivan Stadium press box.
Oh, God Almighty! Absolutely. All right, Mick. Thanks a lot, and appreciate you. We'll talk soon.
Have a good one, Pete.
All right, you too. There he is, Mick Colagio, joining me here on the Pete Sheppard Show on the Riptide Media Network. All right, Angel, we're going to take a break, and I may not be back. If you can, Phil for me, I got a little situation I got to take care of over here. If you don't mind, I will be back ASAP. All right, Angel. It is Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Back here, it's hour number 3 of the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Role Playing Studio on the Riptide Media Network. How long was I out?
Yeah, you were good.
That is Angel Martinez on the other side, who never ever sleeps. Now, what time did you get home yesterday?
I think it was 9, somewhere in between there. Ended up having left here 7, 14-hour day. Yeah, that's about right. About 9 o'clock. And then unpack stuff, reset up stuff. So it turned out to be an extremely long day, very short night once again. And then, and then the week starts all over.
Unbelievable. Yes. And where is Orlando playing this week?
Orlando will be playing in Louisiana against the Voodoo, who were off this week. They had a bye week last week, so they were off. It's a short week for them. They turn around and play again Thursday night at 8 o'clock, and it can be you guys can watch it on the VYRE network. I think it's VYREnetwork.com or some crazy nonsense like that. VYRE, I will tell you guys so I don't feel like a complete moron, but it's because I know on the when you look it up on the apps, that's the way you end up looking it up, but I want to make sure I give them the correct one. Yeah, I was right. VYREnetwork.com.
Okay. Good stuff. Yesterday, as we, the third and final hour here on a Monday was an unbelievable sports weekend. I mean, between Stanley Cup, NBA, Major League Baseball, Kentucky Derby, Formula One, which was an outstanding finish. I saw the highlights of it. NASCAR won 1,000th of a second in Kansas City. Winner there by Kyle Larson. And then you had now you follow Formula One racing too, don't you? A little bit.
A little bit, yeah. I follow it.
Yeah. So yeah, Max Verstappen. I know him. I know he seems to be the favorite in every single race. But you got this new kid that was he? I don't know. Is he new? Kyle Larson. I know nothing about. Not Kyle Larson. He won the. But Lando Calrissian Norris. I made the Calrissian part up. He won yesterday. He seems to be a favorite amongst not only the fans but a lot of the drivers. I know nothing about it, but beautiful downtown. Do you think Defoe was at the race yesterday?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if between the horse racing on Saturday to the race, he may have mentioned it on Friday, or he said it was going to be nearby the event over the weekend. It might have been a possibility, but all I know is it was going to be nuts around his area over that weekend because it's already congested as is. But he wasn't too thrilled because he exited out early on Friday. I think he said maybe that a normal drive is like 30 minutes. It was going to take him near an hour just to get to where he had to be.
Yeah. Well, he does his show from the track, right, too, on some certain days of the week. So I get it. Pain in the behind to get there, but that's, it's so many events. Downtown Miami's tough. I mean, that area is tough anyway with traffic. I mean, it can be brutal as it is here in Southwest Florida. Traffic is brutal here. It can be. I mean, it's not Los Angeles or New York or Boston brutal, but it can take you normally what would take you on a season down here, a 15 or 20 minute ride could take an hour. So I get it. And that's just going in a straight line down here. Meanwhile, so in the Kentucky Derby, did you have any shekels on anybody? Did you take Mystic Dan, or did you? I took Sierra Leone and to win place for show. That was the only bet I did. So I cashed because he came in second. So I got the place and the show money. So it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. Any shekels for you?
No, we I think we happened to pick up just for the fun of it. It was one was, what the heck did I pick? Something, the 38 to 1 odd horse or something like that, 36 to 1. Debbie picked one. We didn't get anything whatsoever, both of us. I forgot exactly who she picked on Saturday, but no, the either or horse, we didn't get it.
Well, that's a shame. But you were busy doing other things. I mean, it wasn't like, you had a whole lot of time. Between your prep and everything else, man, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. There's some NFL news to tell you about too. Let me just run down the highlights. Yesterday, NBA Cleveland beat the Magic 106-94. Cleveland wins the series 4-3. The Celtics tomorrow night. Pacers and Knicks. By the way, Celtics in 5. Pacers at Knicks. That's going to be a fascinating series tonight on TNT. I think it's going to be really interesting in the contrast of styles. And then that's game 1 in Minnesota at Denver. I got to believe this is one of those. I love the Cleveland-Orlando series was a classic bet the home team every single game. I made a fortune on that series. Not a fortune, but I went 7-0. I went 7-0 in that series. Every home game. Tonight, I am loving the Denver Nuggets. I loved Minnesota in game 1. I am loving the Nuggets in game 2 tonight. Lay the 5.5. I think I like the Knicks tonight too, minus the 5.5 as well. But I like the Denver Nuggets even more tonight to even up that series at 1. I can't see them going down 0-2 at home. Can't see it, but that's they are playing some great basketball. Minnesota Timberwolves are absolutely. We got some NFL news as well. Interesting stuff yesterday with J.J. Watt, and he went on the Will Kunkel Fox on X and said this.
And I'm a very fortunate, lucky man. I got a beautiful wife. I got a beautiful son. I had 12 great years in this league, and I'm very thankful to have walked away healthy and playing great. I told D'Amico last year, I said, don't call unless you absolutely need it, but if you ever do call, I'll be there. But he knows not to call unless he absolutely needs it. This is the last year I'll tell him that because I'm not going to keep training the way I've been training, but he knows that if he ever truly does need it, I'll be there for him. But I don't anticipate that happening. They got a very good crew.
Remember, JJ hasn't played since 2022, and his comments came on Saturday during a charity softball game in Houston that he hosted. But that could be – that certainly sounds a hell of a lot like he might be better than 50-50 Angel coming back, I'll tell you what. That is and he's right. Maybe it will be his last year. He's not going to keep training. But the fact that he is training so hard the way he is tells me there's a good shot. Maybe he comes back to make the Houston Texans an already very formidable team with what they've done. They're going to be one of the favorites to win the AFC this year. You put him back in there, woof. And why not? I'm sure that's going to be, that's enticing too for him. Even if it's halfway through the season, he comes back somehow, some way. Another guy that could put them over the top. So that's something.
That is something. All right. Well, let's see if he does come back.
He's 35 years old. Ryan and, D'Amico Ryans, they played together for the Texans in 2011, which was Watt's first NFL season. And Ryan's last with the Texans. That's unbelievable. And Ryans was hired as Texans coach last year, as we know. Houston went 10-7, won the AFC South, and a wild card victory over the Cleveland Browns. Man, you put J.J. Watt back on that team? Yeesh. That's really interesting. What else do we got here in the NFL? We went through the Tom Brady roast, which is funny. You may play some more highlights of that at the bottom of the hour, maybe even before that. Jets quarterback Jordan Travis sees himself as Aaron Rodgers' successor. This came out over the weekend. Jordan Travis, only 5 months removed from a gruesome, horrible leg injury that ended his college career. Remember him at Florida State, Angel. That was terrible, and that caused the big brouhaha with the Florida State Seminoles. But he thinks he's going to be Aaron Rodgers' heir apparent. Could be. I wish him well. Even though we're Hurricane fans, I don't want anybody to get hurt at all. As far as college football goes, the ACC, this came out the other day. South Carolina court has ordered the Atlantic Coast Conference to turn over documents about its agreements with ESPN that Clemson has requested in its lawsuit against the conference. The interim confidentiality order was released on Friday. It said the ACC has 7 days to produce unredacted documents about its TV deal with ESPN to Clemson. The order also provides safeguards to keep the requested documents from being released publicly. Yeah, good luck with that. Every time somebody says that, Angel, something gets released.
It sure does.
Now ESPN, or it gets leaked. Somebody will leak it if they have an agenda. There is no doubt in my mind that will be. And I'd like to know. So the order, by the way, bars Clemson, public university, from complying with any Freedom of Information Act requests unless the ACC gives written permission or the school is forced to do so by another court with competent jurisdiction. They filed the suit back in March in South Carolina and claim the ACC's $140 million exit fee is unconscionably high and unenforceable. And the school also says the grant of rights apply only if Clemson is part of the conference, and that if a school exists, the league, if the school exits the league, it retains control of the media rights to its home sporting events. Meanwhile, an amended Clemson complaint released by the court asked the ACC for unspecified punitive damages for the league's, quote, willful and malicious conduct, unquote, for its assertion that it should receive TV revenue from the Tigers games, even if they were part of another conference. Now, of course, Florida State was the first ACC member to sue the league in December. And it's just a question of they got to get 8 teams to agree to leave the ACC. They got 7. They need the Wake Forest or the Vanderbilts of the world, or not the Wake Forest, the Vanderbilts, Wake Forest, those type of teams to say they want out. I think the ACC will be gone sooner rather than later, but it's just to me it's inevitable. It's like the Maple Leafs losing, inevitable. And the story came out last week about the NCAA national office might be footing the bill for a settlement expected to be more than $2.7 billion in the landmark House versus NCAA lawsuit and other related antitrust cases in hopes of reshaping and stabilizing the college sports industry. Eventually, the NCAA will be no more. If it will be, it'll be a shell of itself because the Power 5 schools are no doubt going to, because of football, they're going to go off and form their own type of NCAA, their own type of conference. And the NCAA would be left to worrying about, lacrosse and other, soccer and other sports where Power 5 schools in football and basketball rule. They rule the sports world. And between all the no money and now possibility of colleges and universities being able to pay players themselves, not just with no money, but being able to pay players, that law passed in Virginia a couple of weeks ago, and this is where I still don't know what law supersedes what. Virginia says all their colleges and universities can start paying kids. The NCAA says no. It's nil money or bust. So we shall see. All right. Meanwhile, yesterday, and again, thanks everybody for checking out the show. You can text the show 727-858-5660. Spalding says, hey Pete, hey Angel, and big win yesterday for Lando Norris in F1, first F1 victory. Yeah, I was just talking about that. I did see the highlights. In fact, I'm going to try to play them. I'm going to try to play that for you because there was an interesting It was an interesting end of the race, obviously. So I know nothing about this guy, but apparently Kyle Larson is very, very well respected. Orlando Norris is in the first F1 victory yesterday. Kyle Larson also in the NASCAR wins, the closest one. I'm trying to find the other. Where is it? I will find it. F1. Where are you? There you are. Okay, because this was This was a great finish. I'm going to play this sound for you at the end here, last 58 seconds, because it was exciting. So yeah, I'd like to know anybody who was there or watched the whole race. I know some of you sit there and you just watch. I can't sit there and watch racing any more than like for 5 seconds. But anyway, here's the end of the race. I mute it. There we go.
Verstappen and Norris trumps Verstappen and wins the Miami Grand Prix and wins the Grand Prix for the first time in his career. Lando has landed. Max Verstappen comes home to finish second. Charles Leclerc completes the podium, and Zach Brown is going to give fist bumps to 200,000 Formula One fans in Miami tonight, because this could be his and Lando's greatest day at the racetrack ever. Team that last season took it and got as close as they could to Red Bull. Lando Norris, who said, a fifth on the grid, it sounds like it was a really disappointing qualifying, but we were only 2/10 off Red Bull. We are that much closer. Well, today, it wasn't close, it was ahead, waiting for him.
Apparently he's a big fan favorite too. What did he say? 202,000?
I think so. Something like that.
Wow. 202,000 fans in downtown. Oh my Lord, God Almighty! Hope they had some good. I'm sure they some good bars around the track over there. Although Hard Rock doesn't have. You got to get out of there to drive. A lot of people watch the game at Hard Rock and can look over the fence and everything. It's a beautiful setup. Spalding said Larson probably praised him due in part that he will be with McLaren for the Indy 500. I don't know what that means, but it sounds interesting. I cannot sit there and watch let people go left. And in F1, it's not even that fast. And I know I salute them. There's skill, there's technique, there's all that stuff. They're athletes. I get all that. I just cannot sit there and go watch people go left for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. I don't get it. And I'm not one of those either that says, I just watch for the crashes or anything like that. I'm not that sadistic. But it just does nothing for me. I wish it did. Joey B.A.P. Pasta. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Pasta. I told you the Bruins would find a way to win. Go ahead, Angel.
No, I'm the same way. I like going to the NASCAR tracks. Don't get me wrong, because it's better live, I will say, versus like watch on TV. Mm-hmm. It's better live.
That's what I'm told.
Yeah, F1. I haven't been to a race yet. I missed actually the one here in St. Pete only because as we're making transitions and moving stuff around, I ended up missing it. But I still in Miami. I swear the only reason why it's there, it's like the who's who of anything. Because if the stars didn't come out in Miami, would it still have the same height and awareness if they weren't there? If the stars weren't there.
Kyle Larson is racing on the Indy 500 and a NASCAR race on the same day.
Yeah,
how's that possible?
It's happened before. Tony Stewart did it once. I think Jimmy Johnson also did it one time. Jeff Gordon did it once.
Because where are the tracks? Where are the tracks located? I mean, obviously Indianapolis, but I mean, where's the other one? Where's the NASCAR one?
So the NASCAR they race on the same track, but it's two different. Okay. Yeah, they have two different events that day. Normally, it's been one. In the past, it's been like one was in Charlotte, the other one was in Indy. And so they basically finish up the NASCAR race and then they jump on a freaking on a jet and then make their way to Indy. One or vice versa, might have been out of one or two, but that's how they've been able to do it. It's never been at the same time, but it was a long, grueling event for either driver.
Oh, that's crazy. Joey says, Pete Angel, where are the drivers the worst? Massachusetts, Philadelphia, or Southwest Florida? How about all of the above? Yeah. It's just different types of worse. Southwest Florida, unfortunately, you got a lot of old geezers down here that stay in the left lane for 3 miles because they don't want to, they either don't like to turn left and they will go 5 to 10 miles under the speed limit in the left lane. It is brutal down here with that kind of stuff. They will not stay in the middle lane or go over to the right. They're entitled. They're going to take their sweet ass time staying in the left lane because they're going to eventually turn left, but may not be for 1 to 5 miles. It is absolutely unbelievable, some of the stuff. But there's different kinds of worse. I think the speeding down here because, and Angel, you've been to my house, but on Route 82 down here in Southwest Florida, and even on Daniels Parkway, it's almost like a drag racing strip. I know the police are doing the best they can to try to stop it, but it is downright brutal. Brutal. Some of the racing that goes on here late at night, early in the morning, as well. Massachusetts it can be brutal depending on what time of day it is. I mean, the thing about Massachusetts, I'm sure Philadelphia's like this too in New York. If you're actually driving and you're only 5 miles outside the city and you're working a 9-to-5 job, if you don't leave your house by 6:30, you're screwed. That means, you'll get stuck in traffic for over an hour just to go 5 miles. Well over an hour. That's how jammed up it gets. And that's like without even an accident. God forbid that happens. Or a flat tire somewhere, or a little drizzle of rain. And Philadelphia's probably like that too. All of a sudden, down here too, it rains a little bit and people lose their minds. Something just clicks in that the stupid alert goes off. Let's be stupid because a little bit of rain. Slamming on the brakes, not being able to go the speed limit. I'm not talking about downpours. We're obviously going to go slow. But just a little bit of rain sometimes. Anyway, how is it? I've only driven through Philadelphia, not me personally, twice. I've been there many times, but I've never had to really drive through the city.
And if you got a bunch of morons, for the most part, on the road, you have people who want to be safe. You have other ones that don't make any sense. And you have people, when I was leaving from Philly to head down this way, and I don't know if this came from New York or somewhere else, but you had obviously your left turn lane, straight right turn lane. You had these morons that decided not to wait at the light to, like everybody else, just single file go through it. So they go from the right lane and cut you off like jump start. So you think you're turning right, but they're going to go straight. Then you had the other ones that were even more bold, where they would go into the left lane and then make a right in front of everybody just to make the right turn. Oh yeah. But now those same folks, by the way, have made their way down here, because the other day, Debbie and I were driving, and this moron, sure enough, came from the right lane as he was basically timing the light and thought it was a freaking drag strip and went from the right straight across. I don't know how in the world he didn't get nailed, but in the same token as well, we also had someone around here who has been told, I'm quite sure many times, and I know they say watch for motorcycles, and I'm not saying that every motorcycle person is a dummy. But this one in particular, because he would go down 19, which is just like a free-for-all. And when he went down 19, he decided to bob and weave in between traffics and almost end up losing his life the other day, where he is in critical and just about everything in his body is completely broken.
It's so unnecessary because, you're only going to get to your destination, 30 seconds? Are you going to risk your life, get to your place 30 seconds, a minute, or 2 minutes ahead of time? Is it really that big of a deal? Nope. And these other cars that they feel like the entitlement, and they think revving your engine or something like that. Some of these people that have those either no mufflers, whatever it is, it's like you're some tough guy because your engine revs higher. You're going 40 miles an hour. Obviously goes,
yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. What? And so what? Besides being irritating my ears, what are you trying to do? Does that make you a tough guy? Please.
That was it. It's the dumbest freaking thing. Honest to God, it really is. I mean, last week, you figured Tuesday being an extremely busy week throughout the week there, I was supposed to be at the Kia Center at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
I left from here at 9?
Maybe what, a 2.5 hour drive for you? 3 hours top? 2.5?
Yeah, 2.5 hours. And so I got there at 11 o'clock. Matter of fact, I left about 8:30. Get there about 11 o'clock. I walked around for about 2 hours. If I know I need to be somewhere, and especially if it's a travel trip, I'm leaving early so I can just get there, enjoy my time, and not worry about a thing. I don't care if I walk for 2 hours. My thing is that I'm not leaving the house at exactly 10:49 to be there exactly by 1 o'clock. It doesn't happen.
I'm with you. That's you and I are in the same cycle. I've always been that way. Even airports, I'll get there 3 hours ahead of time. I'd rather. Even though I only live 10 minutes from the airport now from RSW, but I'd rather get there 2.5 hours ahead of time, take my time, eat some lunch or breakfast or have a drink or something, whatever, download stuff to my phone that I want to watch on the plane. And, I'm with you. And any event, any sporting event I ever went to, if I had to be there, it was always like you, 2 hours in advance. Now, Super Bowl is a whole different ball game. When you go to the arena or the stadium at a Super Bowl, it is a long freaking day. If it's a 6 o'clock start Eastern time, you really have to be at the stadium. Really, unless you want to be stuck in so much crap, you got to be there by noon. If you're for a media person, you got to be there by noon because they go through so much security now. It's off the chart, and it can and parking and all that. Even media parking will take you forever to get through all that stuff. Having done it multiple times, earlier the better. Anywho, hey, coming up today after this show, it's Martinez, that guy at Defo, unscripted. Followed that by Back to the Dugout, the MLB Roundup on 102.9, the game streaming to all Bleacher Brothers social media sites as well. 4 o'clock, I believe it's Talk Spicy with Coach Gene. Great show. Check it out. That'll also be on 102.9 and Gene Clemens' social media accounts. At 6 o'clock, the Bleacher Brothers show. 102.9 the game and all Bleacher Brothers social media accounts. And tonight, 9 o'clock, the Stellar Report, 102.9 and all Bleacher Brothers social media. When we come back, Angel, let's close it out today on the show. We'll go through some more highlights, in case you missed it, from Tom Brady's roast last night on Netflix. We have some video clips and some audio clips as well. Joey says, Pete, what was the best and worst Super Bowls you've attended as media, venue-wise and logistics-wise? One of the worst, I have to say, was last year in Las Vegas. Absolutely. Garbage. I mean, putting a big bowl of potato chips on there, not having water available. It just was not what I expected it to be at all.
The cutoff,
very disappointing, huh?
Yeah, it was the cutoff. The first day we had to wait until 10 o'clock in the morning to get anything, and then it was cut off an hour later. And then like Tuesday or Wednesday morning, when the guy was standing there and saying, "No, we have to wait because some shipment or whatever it was that didn't come in," so they didn't open it until 1 in the afternoon. It was only it might have been, no lie, about a half hour. Which I think it was a pizza run or something else that was run, and just for us to be able to eat anything, it was just it was bad. It
was a joke. My second worst was in Jacksonville, not because of the people, because the city years ago was not prepared. They just weren't prepared. That was the Patriots-Eagles game back then, and they just were not prepared. You had restaurants, and I'm talking about all types of restaurants. You could have had an Applebee's or you could have had a high-end restaurant. They were all so understaffed that they only could open for a little bit, and half the restaurant would be filled. That's it, because they didn't have the staff to handle everything, which was ridiculous. When you get a Super Bowl to your city, you have 5 years to prepare for it. There were no cabs. They ran out of hotel spaces so quickly. People were staying on cruise ships. Back then, it was insane. I stayed in the Crack House Hotel, and I told you, Angel, you thought I was lying to you a few months ago. That the closest restaurant next door was Chinese Takey Outie, ChineeTakeeOU2EE, and everybody thinks I'm joking, but it's still there. And you looked it up, and it's absolutely still there. But when you have drug dealers calling your hotel room looking for Shaniqua, is she there? And your feet are black when you walk across the red carpet to the bathroom. You go turn the shower on, and the nozzle falls off. Something is awry. And we weren't the only radio station media people that were there too. That's just one place. I mean, it was a joke. Nice people and everything. And one of the funniest moments. I told you the limo story before, right?
Yeah.
That's that. But I'd say that was the worst one. But in the convention center itself was fantastic. They had all sorts of sandwiches and water, and it's everything. You had internet access, and it wasn't like it is today, where internet is on your phone and on your laptops and everything else. They had everything available to you: media kits, media packets, food, water, coffee, all available. And as a media member, you're not asking for, at least I'm not, freestanding. You just want water, coffee, and a little bit of a bite to eat without being potato. I mean, for Vegas to have a bowl of fucking pretzels and Cheetos on the table, it just looked bad. I mean, this was supposed to be Las Vegas. Everything's supposed to be amped up and everything else. The parties sucked. The VIP parties, there were no VIP parties. Still had to pay for everything on the whole. It just lost its luster out there. I guarantee you in New Orleans, next year will not be that way. And I'd say my favorite one, Super Bowl, had to be in New Orleans in 2001. And probably overall in Arizona in 2007, even though it was the perfect season, the Eli thing and David Tyree and all that stuff, it ended poorly. But as far as access and venues and parties and all that stuff, I'd say New Orleans for me in 2001, Arizona in 2007, and I got to lump San Diego in there as well. San Diego when I was there in 2005. I'm sorry, 2002. Raiders in Tampa Bay. When Tampa Bay shellacked them. Rich Gannon threw 8,000 interceptions in that game. Yeah, San Diego was very, very nice as a host city as well. Lots of accessibility. All right, Angel, going to take another quick break. Then we shall come back with had a couple of requests for some Bruins highlights. I'll give you the radio and a TV call when we come back, and some other highlights from the Tom Brady roast last night on Netflix. All part of the Pete Sheppard Show. The extravaganza continues on a Monday right here, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Last night, Tom Brady roast was unbelievable on Netflix. If you haven't seen it, you can go back and watch it. It is well worth it. It is 3 hours of, I laughed through the whole thing. Absolutely outstanding. Kevin Hart did a great job. Nikki Glazer as well. I love her. When I used to play those comedy clips of the day, Angel, I used to have her on a couple of times. Here is just one thing she said last night. She had some great jokes about Tom.
Tom also lost $30 million in crypto. Tom, how did you fall for that? I mean, even Gronk was like, me know that not real money.
Yeah, sorry, that cut was a little low, but Nikki Glazer is funny as hell. Outstanding. Anyway, and no subject was off limits last night. It was very well done, I thought. And if you have a chance, Angel, go back and watch it. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's one Gronk about 2.5 minutes that I won't even play on this show because it's so raunchy. You know me. I like to be unfiltered and stuff. But it is a little, even for a roast, was a tad over the top. But if you're a guy, you're going to laugh your head off. It was very, it was very funny. It was kind of an uncomfortable moment, I'll be honest with you, listening to it. But the only other one that wasn't good was Ben Affleck. He was a little drollish, if I may. But meanwhile, all right, I promised everybody. By the way, I have a poll out today as well at PShep326. You can follow me at PShep326 on Twitter, as well as Facebook, mine, and Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, Sports Radio 102.9. By the way, Angel, at least on my Twitter account yesterday, your play-by-play in Spanish did very well for the game. It was like 400 views, I think, or close to it, something like that.
Yeah, 400 views. We had, I can't remember the number as far as people listening in. We were very happy, very surprised, which was really nice. And thank you to everybody who tuned in yesterday. And next one, because of the one yesterday, since we're trying to do everything in Spanish, what I'm trying to do, once we got everything, all the audio and everything else fixed correctly, is to, which is going to be a task, I'm going to put a challenge for my own self, is to say what I'm going to say in Spanish, in English first, then in Spanish, so that everybody can follow along. In the process also is to help out the Spanish community that is trying to learn English to figure out, okay, if I say this, that's what that means. So that's going to be quite the task. But yeah, thanks to everybody who tuned in yesterday throughout it. And I think the funniest one that I got was from Stephen Luker, where he said he learned so much Spanish yesterday listening into the broadcast. And I told him, good, there's going to be a quiz.
That's fantastic. Now, touchdown in Spanish is just touchdown, right? If I remember, yes.
Yep. No difference.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that. It's funny because whether it's in Spanish, some sports like baseball, whether it's Spanish or Japanese or Korean or something like that, there's just certain words in sports that are home run. Like there's no. Very rarely do you hear a foreign version of a home run call. That's not with the word home run. It's home run is a home run. Touchdown is touchdown.
Yep.
No, goal is different in soccer. I forget. Is goal a goal in soccer? Is there? I forget. Is there a word translation for goal? I can't remember because it sounds like goal. Then and stuff that is hysterical that I can't understand.
No, it's pretty much the same way. It's rare if they ever change anything up any different, but no, it's the same because on a Spanish broadcast, they used to use something else, but it wasn't. I don't want to say catchy. It just wasn't enough to kind of give it the same luster when you say goal. And that's why the announcer kind of came up with that elongated version of it, and everybody now does their own thing. But no, it's basically the same.
And if you could scroll down, this one we didn't play yet. It's under Pat's Buzz on my Twitter page. Tom Brady making a Bill Belichick ring doorbell joke, which is very, very.
Before I forget, guest some guy said that he wanted to know if you happen to either go or hear any of the Everblade games over the weekend.
I did not get a chance to go to the Everblade game. They dominated. I mentioned it earlier. There were 2-0 6-3 on Saturday. I normally would have gone. I will I will be at the next playoff series. I just had too much going on Friday and Saturday, and the Bruins were playing Game 7. There's a lot of stuff that I absolutely have to watch. I watched it on. I watched a lot of the Everblades game on my phone. Well, I was watching a lot of other things. I just couldn't get there. And a lot of the reasons why we have a 13-and-a-half-year-old Scotty Terrier. And my wife and I we don't want to leave her alone that long a period of time anymore, because it's a little touch and go lately. She has much better good days than bad days, but we don't like leaving her alone for a long period of time. So we sort of ding dong off each other on weekends when she'll go do her thing, errands, and I go do my thing. And then we don't like leaving her alone all that much, but I will get there. It's great stuff. Again, Brad Ralph and the boys, my goodness, they have now won 5 straight playoff games, going back, being down 3-1 to Jacksonville. They come back and win that series, 2 on the road. They win the back-to-back games at Hertz Arena the other night. Was it 5-0 and 6-3? So they are on an absolute roll. Game 4 is tomorrow night at the Kia Center in Orlando. Surprised I didn't call you, Angel, to go do that game too. Might as well. And and then Game 4 will be Thursday, and Game 5, if necessary, will be on Sunday. So yes, hopefully they'll wrap that up. It is an amazing job by the Everblades, the 2-time defending ECHL Kelly Cup champions. Meanwhile, Tom Brady making a Bill Belichick ring doorbell joke, and you can, if you're watching on video, here's what it looked like last night.
Everybody asks me which ring is my favorite. I used to say the next one, but now that I'm retired, my favorite ring is the camera that caught Coach Belichick slinking out of that poor girl's house at 6 a.m. a few months ago. Hey, you still got it. Respect, baby.
Cool. In that video, I mean, and the video's down further, Andrew. You want to pull it up? You can see it. You can't miss it because it almost looks fake. If you didn't know it actually happened, it almost looks fake. But it is there somewhere. If not, don't worry about it. It should be closer to the top.
Closer to the top?
No, it's about 3. It's on my Twitter page. It's right under. It's right there under my under the poll that I have up.
Oh, then I got to go back up towards the top then.
Yes. It's a little disturbing. And I have no idea where this is. He spends a lot of time on Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard. I have no idea. Are you seeing it?
Yeah.
It's right under the pole, yeah. So this is the video that Tom Brady is talking about. And the only reason, because it's been public for a while. A lot of people may not have seen it, but you see this. Talk about is it a walk of shame? The steps of shame? I don't know, but it's definitely something. There we go. Here's Bill.
No shirt.
No shirt.
Holy Jesus. It seems like he's almost by the water somewhere.
Hey, the man unwind. I don't know if that's his car right in front, but
no, hopefully it's not, because I'm pretty sure people try to figure out what his plate was.
But anyway, that's why it's funny. That's been viral now for a while. Anyway, yeah, good for him, right? Good for him. He's entitled. Doorbell cam. I don't have doorbell cam on my house, but you do, right?
Either. No, I don't.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have one. I'm like, again, you're gonna rob me. You're gonna get very little. There's no cash in the house. So you're gonna need a U-Haul truck to steal stuff. But whatever. A lot of people swear by them. That's fine.
I just think
I have a no solicitation outside on the doorbell. That's it. So far, only one person has broken the code, and done. But and then quickly scurried away. Let me see one more. Well, actually, I'll play the sound from here because we've seen enough video. Well, I did what I'd play. I did promise. Let me get to this. I did promise Joey and a couple other people to play the radio call and the television call of Pasta's goal. So here is the radio call on 98.5, the Sports Hub, the game winner from Judge Surratt and Bob Beers.
Out at center ice, Pasternak bumps it back for Lindholm. He'll navigate to the red line,
He's
throws
got
it into the right
Pasternak going.
corner. It's banked out in front. Pasternak, a backhand. He scores! Did someone ask for some pasta? David Pasternak, 154 into overtime, wins the series for the Bruins.
All right, that was the radio call of the Bruins flagship, 98.5, the Sports Hub. Meanwhile, here's how it sounded. Some of you may have heard this or seen it on I've been tweeting it and playing it, but this is how it sounded with Sean McDonough and Ray Ferraro on ESPN on Saturday night.
People to the net. Lindholm, right wing corner. Pasternak is there. He scores! David Pasternak wins it for Boston. After Game 6, Jim Montgomery said Pasta has to step up. The place is alive because Pasta stepped up. Long on the far side, Pasternak reads this dump in from Lindholm. He beats the Leafs to it off the far boards and is able to make the deke and swing it around the leg of Ilya Samsonov. And the Bruins go on to Florida with a Game 7 overtime win. Riley is beat to the puck. It took a bounce and an angle going right to the net. It worked out perfectly for Pasternak to skate onto the puck. He turns to the net, and the agility and quickness to go forehand, backhand, and in. And the Bruins survive and live another day.
Yes. Meanwhile, Angel, if we could scroll down one more time on my Twitter to show that Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick having a toast. In case you haven't seen it, this was just pretty fun. Kevin Hart, being the arbitrator here, somehow got them both to come up and toast. And I know there's still a mutual respect for them. But in case you missed it last night, again on the Tom Brady roast on Netflix, some really good stuff.
I want to say this is the greatest coach in the history of the game that did what no one else has done. And having Tom Brady and him was the greatest honor the good Lord gave me. So, here. A black man made that happen. I want to say.
Kevin Hart was outstanding last night also. Really, very rarely, as I said, in case you missed it, very rarely do you see people almost get booed off the stage at a roast because, it's a roast. Everybody makes fun of everybody. But this pleases me. Kim Kardashian had no idea what she was in for.
Well, thank you. I know a lot of people make fun of your height. All right, Kevin.
She's so horribly disliked, she can't even get a joke out without being booed off the stage at a roast. Wow. Yeah. That would be my top 10 highlight of ESPN today. That's what I would do. Another one was Julian Edelman going off on Bill Belichick about doing your job.
You remember when you used to yell at us? Look, the kids down at Foxborough High can make that play.
I've been waiting for this for so long.
Foxborough High is the only job offer you had. Do your job? More like need a job, coach.
And meanwhile, finally, Tom Brady takes his shots. There's a lot of highlights here, obviously, but Tom Brady took his shots at a lot of teams that he's had their number over the years.
But I don't want to get the NFL too upset. I'm trying to buy a piece of the Raiders. I'm tired of owning just the Colts and the Bills. Buffalo fans call themselves the Bills Mafia. How are you the Mafia? At least the Mafia has a ring you can kiss. And while we're at it, screw Colts fans. Colts are just Broncos who don't. Kansas City, you say your stadium is the loudest. It helps when all your fans are 14-year-old girls. And in honor of Tay-Tay, let's take a look at the Chiefs eras. Terrible for 50 years, good for 5. Shake it off.
All right, there's some other stuff too, but that's going to do it for this show because Angel Martinez and Jeff DeForest, Angel and Defoe Unscripted coming up right here on the Riptide Media Network. And what do you got coming up today, Angel?
I don't have a single clue, as it was a crazy busy weekend.
I want to know. I have a feeling, and I'm just making a hypothesis here, that Defoe is going to go off about the traffic in South Florida down his way in Miami area over the past 72 hours. Like Charles Barkley, guaranteed.
Yeah, probably. That I know he's going to come up with his horse analogy, but yeah, I'm with you.
And I wanted to tell him I had Sierra Leone and Win Placer show, so I cashed in on 2 tickets, and that's all I really care about. Anyway, thanks a lot, Angel. You're the best, and keep listening right here on this entire Riptide Media Network on the video and audio platform on 102.9, because it is Martinez and Defoe Unscripted up next. I am back tomorrow at 7 a.m. Have a great rest of your Monday, everybody. See ya.
And I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem ringing.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, so about 2 years ago, I uploaded a video which asked a very simple question to you, the audience, which was, how was your day?
Ooh, yeah,
Don't make unnecessary journeys! Don't take risks on treacherous roads, both today and yesterday!
Oh, hi, how was your day? And I think,
I'm tired of being told what to do by people.
Excuse me, I believe you have my stapler.
Yeah. Stop arguing. Arguing is just not worth it.
ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
I will be dancing until I see everyone go home in a box.
You know what I'm saying, dog? Like cats and dogs, it was raining. It wasn't raining, we were raving. And I don't know whether he was really saying it. And all he kept saying was eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave.
Usually it's eat, sleep, red tie, repeat. This weekend was eat, sleep, Spanish, repeat. As I clear my throat here, I apologize. Good morning, everyone. It is Martinez and Devo here, unscripted on the Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The game. We do appreciate all you guys and girls who have tuned in from the Pete Sheppard Show and continuing watching us, Jeff Devo DeForest, myself, Angel Martinez, here live and in action as it was one heck of a weekend, starting from Friday, leading into Saturday, then the all-day events yesterday. And Lord knows that I needed a little charge with the opening because about an hour ago, it went from a high to and the bottom just dropped out. So, it's just been one of those mornings so far. But, Devo, how are you and how is the madness down there on F1 weekend?
Oh, geez, man. Are we having technical difficulties? Is that the gist of what was happening there? I love that opening, man. They weren't dancing like that at my bar mitzvah, Angel Martinez, I can assure you. It looked nothing like that. Now, did you insert some new video in there? Because it seemed like the dancers were especially hyped up in this latest edition of the opening. No, that's the same ones?
Same ones.
Oh, very nice. Okay. I'm good. I guess, before we even get going here, and there's a zillion different things to talk about on the program. I mean, people are like enraged about situations that occurred here in South Florida, which they should be accustomed to being beaten to a pulp by the Miami Marlins organization, who trade away the two-time consecutive year batting champion, Louis Arise. Where are we? In early May? You're having a fire sale? I mean, please help me with that. So there was a minor amount of outrage about that. Of course, you had the Formula One thing here, which I don't get, Angel. Did you happen to see this thing that was floating around on social media about the prices at the concessions at this Formula One race at Hard Rock Stadium, which already, I mean, the concession people may as well be wearing a ski mask and toting a gun when you come there to buy a hot dog or something during a football game. But this was especially outrageous, where we'd get like a saltine cracker with like one caviar egg, and it was $800.
Jesus.
Crazy. I mean, I was thinking, geez, how does that compare to NASCAR, where the guy's up there at the concession stands and he's looking for a bowl of burgoo for like $3? A totally different thing. But I don't get it. And then the big guy lost. Can you believe that? The big guy went down, Verstappen. He's won every Formula One race. I mean, you would have to think, how is this possible? I mean, who's running this organization? The World Boxing Council? Where one guy wins no matter what? I mean, what a surprise. Canelo by decision. Which, by the way, he had, his big moment there over the weekend as well. But, a lot of stuff was going on. I would have to say I paid only casual attention to the Formula One race. And, of course, I don't know if you have the ability to bring up taps here, but it would be appropriate for our Derby picks that we gave out on the air here with great confidence and the assertion that you would make a big score if you played these horses. And we managed to do this, Angel. I don't know. Did you watch the Derby? Were you inclined? Because I know you were immersed in, and we have to find out how this experience went, but you were immersed in your thing with the Orlando Predators there. Did it come off? Did they play a game, by the way?
They played a game.
It sounds like the broadcast, maybe a little bit of funk was involved.
Yeah. Hopefully that was the worst game of the year. Hopefully, because I think that's the consent towards the end was everybody was just between the English broadcasters that were next to us and us. I mean, we were trying to make light as best we possibly could, but they had no answer for the Desert Hawks. It was just bad. Overall, it was just bad. Offense, defense kept hanging in there. Offense just couldn't click, couldn't get things going, and I'm pretty sure Coach E.J. Burt's going to have a good conversation with the fellas.
Does he still have a job after this? It sounds might be in jeopardy. But the broadcast, this would be the key. I mean, you suggested maybe there was a nightmare to this game, but I'm hoping and assuming that the broadcast went very smoothly and that it would be appropriate to play A Star Is Born on the show today.
It went well. I will say that much. In the very beginning, for those who missed it, as we talked about at the 8 o'clock hour, it was good, except for the very beginning there. You know this, Defoe, anywhere you've gone somewhere and you have you're remoting and then back in the production studios, they're trying to make sure everything sounds right. So there was about a 1.5-minute delay, which I was telling the Spanish station, Vid 96.1, that it was going to be about a 1.5-minute delay, and they're telling me, I can hear English people speaking. And I said, yeah, just give it about a 1.5 minutes. It'll eventually end up catching up.
I love when the wires get crossed. I mean, I don't love it. I haven't done a lot of play-by-play, and especially with boxing, where you do have various languages that are being telecast, and they're all going through the same processing truck. And so all of a sudden, you're calling a fight in English, and you're hearing some guy talking about Pepino Cuevas and how much he meant in Spanish to all of his followers when he was a champion of the world in the welterweight division. And you're thinking, what the fuck is this? How the hell can you concentrate? You can't. So were you getting a little bit of a mix there?
Yeah, a little bit. What ended up happening was we finally got it straightened out, but as we were just when my station goes live and we do the crossover, all of a sudden the PA sound, because they were doing practicing. The young lady who did the national anthem did a phenomenal job. She came out during practice and it sounded great.
She nailed it.
Yeah, but the problem was when the pregame was supposed to start at 12:30,
none of the microphones worked.
No, it worked. The problem was that the volume in the arena went from 50% to 150%, and it was so
blew the
loud.
roof off. Wow.
Yeah, you couldn't even hear. If you would have been next to me, Defo, and your voice, just like the broadcaster I had yesterday, it's a well-defined voice. Everybody knows, that's Defo speaking. When we went on yesterday, it's who's speaking? The music was speaking because it was so loud.
Oh, yeah.
But in the headphones, I was able to drown out a lot of the stadium sound, thankfully, but doing that in the process meant that I had to turn up the sound in my ear all the way up. And
you'll be deaf by 56. I mean, that's what my wife, just before she even repeats what she's saying, she just looks at me and goes, huh? And that's from having headphones at the highest level, because that's the way I like to sort of hear myself, so I can monitor what it is that I sound like, which, you sound nothing like you do to other people, to yourself.
Right.
So, I've had that. I told you, I think I was mentioning that last week on one of the shows, where my partner Luby and I, we used to do a show from a strip club in Hialeah, because we were doing a Tale of the Tape with Tampa and the Panthers, and you had Mons Venus, and we had Porky's in Hialeah, where we attempted to do radio broadcasts, but you could not be in the showroom. I mean, there was just no way, because you couldn't hear anything but what was some very suggestive music.
Yeah, no, it was just it. Thankfully, it was nice, because once they got it going, it was perfect. It was the first time ever. Number one, thank you to everyone again here on the social media that tuned in yesterday. We had over 350 people at one point, up to 400 that ended up watching, and I would say maybe a lot of them didn't understand, but they ended up watching me going back and forth. And I had my glasses on yesterday, because the problem is, and I'll give away a little bit of this here. So you go to the eye doctors, and the eye doctor, of course, is supposed to do everything he possibly can to make sure to keep your vision the way it is. Unless it changes, then it's completely different. Well, the genius eye doctors that are down here, I'm not even going to name the company just because.
Oh, go ahead, man. I mean, just let's open up some lawsuits and defamation. I mean, look, you're absolutely right. I've been dealing with doctors now all year in abundance. And they're all insane. They really are.
They are. Well, they're crazy. The majority of the problem is that when you, I can understand if my vision changed, but they tell me, no, your vision is still the same. So I'm telling them, then why did I purchase my new contacts and my new glasses, and I can't see things the way I'm supposed to?
All of a sudden, you're Helen Keller, man. No, that's not good for a play-by-play guy if you can't see the field. I would say that would be, unless you got Stevie Wonder calling the game, that would be rule number one. The guy has to be able to see what the hell's going on out there, no?
Right.
All right, so what happened? Did they put you in something that has blurred your vision to the point where it was actually an impediment to calling this game?
Yeah, what ended up happening was, and of course, I don't have my glasses here. I got them in the other studio, but so I put them on, and I had to do the old grandfather look where I had to. I'm looking down at the field, and I can see down to the field just fine. The problem is because one eye is nearsighted, the other eye is farsighted. They clash with each other. So
You need a
Here,
telescope, man. Like
yeah.
Galileo had to be in the booth with you or something.
But what ended up happening was I look down in the field, I call the play, see what's going on, and then I have to do one of these numbers where I have to have the glasses just below my eyesight to take a look and see what player was.
Oh, yeah, no, that's weird, man.
And then
That's how your bookie looks at you when you say you haven't got the money. You're a little short this week.
Yeah.
Right? They used to, back in the day when there was actually a bookie, meet you at the graveyard at 10 o'clock on a Monday, and then he would put the glasses down and give you the look like, you can't bother a few bucks off your mother again? So then it went well. I'm glad to hear this, Angel, because I know that you had a lot riding on this thing, and then you're saying that you also played and open to rave reviews, and it can't be easy because I would imagine the West Texas, what are they, the Wild Rabbits?
The Desert Hawks.
Desert Hawks. Why am I seeing rabbits running? No, but I would imagine that their roster is not necessarily, and their lineup is not necessarily familiar to everybody out there.
No.
So, I mean, you would have no knowledge of who they were probably and the numerology that was involved. So that makes it difficult, right? When you're having to call plays on the fly, you can't always wait for the spotter to go, that was Jones, Angel, that was Jones.
Yeah. No, that was the deal. And then what Sean Williams, I met him after a game yesterday, and he told me that so last year from the National Arena League, 5 of the top 10 defensive men were in that game last night, which was 3 out of the 5 were from the Desert Hawks, and of course 2 from the Orlando Predators. But he said, yeah, we just, we practice all week long, and we've heard this even from the Buccaneers. They practice, but they just, the offense, it just, again, in my opinion, not from Sean's opinion, it wasn't clicking well enough. And so other than that, I mean, we were very fortunate. It was the very first Spanish broadcast.
How badly did they get crushed? Sorry to interrupt there, but how badly did they get crushed in this game? You made it sound like it was a nightmare.
It was by 16, 30-14.
Oh, is that a big margin in Arena League football? I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There was 0 score in the first, and then at the half, it was 6-0, which we thought, okay, 1 to 3rd, they'll be able to come back and try this game.
The under players were rejoicing, I would imagine. Don't they score a lot of points in that league?
Yeah, usually it's, between
like
59
56 to 63, something along those lines.
Not this one. This was like a regular NFL game, very low score,
wow.
3-14.
What were they trying to run the ball?
No, that was the funny part is that they tried. So the Desert Hawks they were good both on the ground and in the air. The last one, or at least for Orlando, Powell just couldn't do anything in the air. He was overthrowing a lot of passes yesterday, and then the ground game there was nowhere to go in the ground game, and so it was just one of those games where you just have to scratch your head and say, that's not what we practice. It was just a completely different script.
I worry, in a sort of a fledgling league at this point where they're making a comeback. When you have like a regional team like West Texas, how that how that plays out and equates out for the future stability of the franchise when they don't exactly know where they're from. But no, I wish you all the best, man. I hear I'm thinking that you're probably hearing great things about the broadcast and how it came off. So very proud of you, Angel Martinez. Proud to be working with you. I didn't have a very fortunate experience, and we apologize. We really should. Is there a disclaimer that goes along with this show? Pete Sheppard, he would probably like us to go ahead and at least voice that here so that we can show on the record that we did disavow any knowledge of our selections from the Kentucky Derby. We gave out the horse. This is almost impossible, Angel, that finished dead last. Now, there's sort of an ominous sign from the gods of gambling that came down, which did temper my enthusiasm for this particular selection because a good friend of mine, and I love this guy. He's great. He's very accomplished. He started like as a track handicapper at what would be considered a second-tier track, no denigration to the place. It's no longer in action, called a racecourse. And what was like an in-house handicapper. And he emerged, this is like an Angel Martinez success story. He emerged all the way to the point where he started with a fledgling network. At the time, it was TVG, Television Games. And they started broadcasting horse racing, a 24-hour basis. And he's still there. He just celebrated his 25th year. He's like the number one guy there. So it worked out. But we know this about Todd, unfortunately, and I know he probably gambles his brains out since he's making a decent amount of money. But at least as far as I go. And it's always damaging to a person's psyche to have anybody out them publicly and say, in my mind, this guy is a human kiss of death. Where, I mean, just you're getting loser after loser. So when it went up on the screen there that he liked this horse, Just a Touch, that we gave out, Angel, and I don't know how convincing you were with your belief that this horse was going to do any good. Do you remember back to any of our discussions on the Kentucky Derby?
Possibly. Felt like a blow.
I mean, did you nod your head in agreement when I very confidently gave out the idea that one of my good friends suggested that this horse had the possibility of winning it all? And I was going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10-1. And that, you had to have the guts to say, fuck the favorites, which we did. I mean, we were right about one of them. And we were on the fence about the other one, which, the horse ended up running second. And how there was, what were the refs from the 76ers Knicks series? Were they in the steward's box at Churchill Downs? Did you see what was going on in the stretch? I mean, this horse, Sierra Leone, was given Forever Young, who ran third, the business through the whole stretch. I mean, stopped just short of savaging the horse, they call it in the business, when a horse takes a bite out of the other horse's neck. I mean, all the way through, no call whatsoever. They wanted no part of any controversy, much like the NBA refs in the Knicks series. But anyway, so we managed to give out the horse that finished dead last, Angel Martinez. How does that impact our credibility on future wagers of this type? What do you think?
I think it'll still be good. I think so. I mean, if ESPN bets or somebody wants to come on board, and anybody can win with us.
Now, did you get involved at all in Kentucky Derby wagering?
No, we didn't. We happened to catch it because we haven't run back.
Party or anything? Did you get involved in watching the thing? We
did. We had we did watch, but I'm also wondering, Devo, too, before, and I'm trying to remember who we picked. I picked I think it was 38-1 or 36-1 odd horse. I just figured, I'm horrible at this stuff, so I just had to pick him. But do we need now to have the same amount of coverage for the Kentucky Derby as we do for the Super Bowl? Because it seemed like that was at least a 7-hour marathon leading all the way up to the 6:45 race.
Oh, they were making money hand over fist, though, my friend. This is the key. All right. Well, what is everything based on now, including maybe the future hopes and dreams of this enterprise here, Riptide Media Network? It's all based on gambling, my friend. So I saw some numerology. I don't necessarily always pay attention to this stuff because it seems like every year, whatever happens, whether you're talking about salaries of quarterbacks or payroll in the NFL, it's always going to escalate to proportions that you've never seen before. Where this money's coming from, one place right now, it's degenerate gambling, and you had the ultimate celebration of all degenerate instincts. I mean, even if you lost, I didn't feel bad. I ended up investing, a relatively mild sum for this kind of an event. If you were going to be any kind of gambler of significance, I invested $100 with a friend of mine, a guy named Piscataway Ray, who's a pretty good handicapper. But see, you're not at the stage yet, Angel, where the people that you're dealing with, you're suspecting are losing it. Have you gotten around to that point with any of your friends?
No.
They still seem to be on some kind of reasonable mental balance. Is that the kind of conditions you're operating in, where your friends still are sane?
Yeah, somewhere around that point.
Yeah. Because this guy, I mean, he probably thinks I'm losing it, and I may be, but he's sort of gotten a little bit bizarre over the last couple of years. Now we made an $11,000 score in 2019 together with our $100 investment when the stewards disqualified Maximum Security, and they ended up putting a horse that we liked as a bomb, which is always a good thing to do in the Derby, called Country House, and he became the winner. And they took Maximum Security off the board. It was the most. I was going to win money either way, which is a rare situation. How often are you in that circumstance where no matter what happens, you're still going to win? It's just a question of how much. Doesn't occur that often, at least not with me. I mean, if there's a way to get screwed, I almost always find it. I mean, everybody has tough beats. I may be the king of not just tough beats, but beats like we took in a derby where the horse finishes dead last. But nonetheless, yeah, I mean, you wanted to be involved in this thing because it definitely is your best chance to make a big score. And there was a big overlay payoff in the Kentucky Derby. So a good event all the way around. A lot of baskets, a lot of hockey, Angel. Were you able to keep up with all of this stuff while getting ready for this big shindig on the Cinco de Mayo that you were presiding over?
That would be no other than I did hear that the Bruins went ahead and closed it after an overtime win for over Toronto. But
yes,
no, basketball I was able to keep up with yesterday, kind of somewhat as we were doing the live show because being there naturally at the Kia Center, a lot of folks were in the concourse checking out one of the games to see what the score was. So this weekend, not what I would normally end up doing, which is keeping up to make sure I know what's happening for Monday, but it was such a whirlwind weekend, including multiple trips down to Orlando, different studios. So yeah, I got next to nothing as far as what happened over the weekend. It was just that kind of a crazy weekend.
No, it's been great. I mean, surprisingly, some real entertainment came out of the first round of the NBA playoffs. Lots of times you get blowouts in the series, and even the ones like the Lakers and the Denver Nuggets had some significance because the Lakers did press the Denver Nuggets. I know this is a general sports talk argument, but it's starting to bug me a little bit. Why do people feel the need? I mean, is it that they just don't like them for some reason? Why do people feel the need to constantly denigrate the great LeBron James, who you would have to say hype to performance, as much hyperbole as was out there, as he was like an embryo, and people were already predicting greatness for this guy, right?
Right.
He comes out of high school, and what were you thinking? As an NBA player, this guy's going to have to develop a little bit more consistency on perimeter shots. Was he not? Kind of like Magic Johnson, where you didn't know if he had a decent enough jump shot to be able to do the things that he does so well, which is crush people on his way to the basket and dunk. But I mean, productivity to hype, you would have to say, as much of an expectation as there was on like Tiger Woods. It was the same, really. I mean, that same level for LeBron James coming into the NBA, and has he not exceeded anything that you could have imagined this guy was capable of doing? I mean, where's Darko Milicic?
Yeah, no, he's
gone. Where Bosch, unfortunately, medical reasons, but he in all likelihood would have been long gone by now. Dwayne Wade is already got his own quiz show, and Carmelo, he shows up at Knicks games now to rev up the troops as the Knicks were able to outlast the Philadelphia 76ers with the help of 5 referees.
Yeah, exactly.
Did they use the same crew for the whole series? How does that work, Angel? Was that the same crew? I should know this.
I don't, Maj, you know it too, but I don't know. To me, it's interesting that they end up. I think they changed the crew, after game 2 to head into Philly.
Well, they should have fired the crew after game 2. No.
Well, they should have, but we all know they don't.
Those guys, they should have handed them a copy of the classifieds right there in the corner and said, you guys are going to be looking for jobs after tonight. That's it.
Nope, they should have, but they don't. Well, again, listen, you said it, you hit it right on the head, right? When you're talking about the gambling aspect of it and just speculation. But to me, it's the same way too, because how they were left in from game 1, we saw that outcome. And in game 2, you mean to tell me you're only switching out 2 out of the 5? And you're saying, well, the crew chief, we're not going to.
Yeah, what do they have? 3 refs out there on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have 2 standbys.
Oh, okay. And then you got all those people in the booth that can't see. I mean, you talk about going blind. They must have gone to your eye doctor, Angel Martinez.
And they must
These people that are in the replay booth in whatever central location. Yeah, we're going to New York City there. Look at that. And they actually give you a shot of these guys blindly looking at a play that everybody can see needs to be reversed. And they're just, looks good to me there, Joe. What do you think?
Yeah. No, it must have, because it was bad, but I don't even know if the NBA is even going to do anything about it, which we all have to wait until
they
after.
can't. Well, what are they going to do? Reverse the results?
Well, they'll use them during the summer league when it really doesn't matter. But they'll still people still, which I'm even surprised. People bet on summer league games. Like how?
I saw that once. I witnessed it, and I was Actually, one of the few times stunned by degenerate behavior. I'm in Atlantic City and I see these guys and they have like pages and pages of notes. And I thought, well, geez, they must be, NBA scouts or something. I don't know. Who the hell are these guys? Sure enough, and I couldn't figure out what they were betting. And they were betting Summer League basketball. Prop bets, too, like whether a guy would have more than 5.5 points. And I thought, wow, this is the lowest form of the sickness I've seen since I was in that Jamaica off-track betting parlor many, many years ago. Which, you're looking around the room there and you're saying, if I'm one of these guys, I may as well just gargle with cyanide right now because it's not worth going on. Oh, I meant to mention this. I don't know that we did, but the figures, and you mentioned how gambling is fueling everything. The figures on a Kentucky Derby, because you were also stipulating that how could this get as much coverage as a Super Bowl game? They handled a beyond a record amount. Like they shattered the record for handle on the Derby, and that's the amount of money being wagered. So imagine, I mean, all these people are getting a piece of this. At racetracks, you're probably figuring the track is raking off, at least on average, somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 15% overall on every bet made. Even when they're made on off-track sites, they get a piece of the action. It's a smaller piece. So what was it worth to broadcast this thing? They made a fortune on this. It was almost like you were Joel Osteen and you put that little post office box up in the corner of the screen and told all of these old ladies in Houston to send in your money.
They had
Incredible.
to.
Yeah.
You figure for all the hours they spent on there, I mean, Lord knows they had enough sponsors to cover the stuff, but then they spent, what was it, about 7 minutes talking about the $5,000 version of the mint julep, which I couldn't even believe. And you're getting it in, what is it, like the little measuring thing, like where you're at the bar? I don't even know if they even do it anymore. Where they used to.
Oh, yeah, with the shot glass?
Yeah. But the one
that's horrible, right? It's like, could you use a thimble? What the hell? Hey, Wally, man, when are we going to get somebody over here that knows how to pour a drink? Exactly.
It's just, it's incredible to me that it's $5,000 and you're getting it in this little thing. Like, are you insane? I don't see it. And
it's a little bit of excess. It's like the Formula One crowd there.
Yeah. Well, they also said, Defo, that, which I was even more surprised, there was a $15,000 version of the same drink. What are you getting?
But it's a horrible drink. I mean, it's the worst drink ever invented. Any bartender that came up with that should lose his ability to get a job in the industry, even in the hospitality industry. You can't even be like a concierge, nothing. Get him out of the business. Whoever came up with the mint julep, one of the most ill-conceived alcoholic beverages this side of Yago Sangria, which I think you're too young to remember, which people that were drinking that don't remember much of it either. Speaking of which, man, you want to be drinking clean water, Angel Martinez, Mr. Voice of the Predators. Very proud of that. And you say the broadcast came off without a hitch, huh? That's phenomenal. After you were getting the crisscross and you were getting some other guy's instructions in your head set, that's always a good one too. And then the other, thing that's weird about broadcasting under those circumstances where all the wires are crossed, you tend to say what somebody has said in your ear. I don't know if you found that, where, the guy says, and you're not supposed to hear the director saying, "You fucking asshole," and he's talking to one of the cameramen. And you're thinking, geez, I don't know how this technical crew survives this kind of abuse, but and they're usually very nice to the talent because they don't want to piss you off and get you off your game while you're on the air. But then your tendency when you hear the guy saying that, because you got this instruction by mistake through the wrong feed in your headset, is to say the same thing. Hey, look at this fucking bastard. Now you're in a jackpot. Yeah, so you got to be careful under those circumstances. But talking about this water treatment thing, there are no mistakes to be made, my friend. None.
There isn't. And I tell you what, I think I will say maybe the Orlando Predators dancers maybe had some of this water.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely
vital.
Yeah. Coach did such an amazing job. The ladies did they really, really entertained the crowd that was there. And I will say at least they brought the house down. There was entertainment during the half and entertainment post game, and then the lady stayed behind to sign some autographs. I didn't happen to see that before we left the venue, but no, she did a terrific job. And I think if those ladies would agree that the Palm Beach water purification's whole house water filters, holy moly! I swear I'm gonna change that one little thing, but it's okay. It is the whole house.
It's like successful shoulder surgery.
Exactly.
You have to say that slowly if you're in this business. Successful, I almost blew it. Shoulder surgery.
Yeah.
Tough one, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever known anybody to come out in one of those press conferences, just an aside here while we were talking about this great water treatment, and say, hey, you know what? The surgery didn't go so well, man. Ohtani will never pitch again. You never hear that. It was a disaster, man. These doctors should have their licenses pulled. What are you talking about here?
That would be the worst.
Yeah, you never hear that. So that's good. I mean, it's always successful shoulder surgery. So, don't let that be a stumbling block. Because, as you said, these dancers, they were full of vitality yesterday. They must have had the treatment.
They did. I believe they did. It was the Palm Beach water purification whole house water filters, which are ideal if you want your filtered water throughout your home, including for showers, bathroom sinks, and running appliances like your washing machine and dishwasher. Even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system can be cost effective and time efficient versus purchasing several under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed or maintained. A whole house water filtration system from Palm Beach Water Purification will reduce or totally remove contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and quality of your food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and plants, give you brighter, longer-lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine, and allowing you to breathe easier by removing chemicals that evaporate in steam. So call Southwest Florida Top Water Guys today and schedule a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337, 561-801-7337, or visit them online at pbwaterpure.com. That's pbwaterpure.com. Make sure you tell them that Deep and I sent you for your 10% off on your installed system, just like the Orlando Predators dancers did when they put it all in their water containers and had an amazing sip from it, because what an outstanding job they did from beginning to end.
Wow. Some attractive young ladies, I would imagine. And I mean, having been at the campus of the University of Central Florida, it was quite an eye-opener for an old man. I was dropping my son off there. Of course, this was many years ago. But you would have to say an attractive lot of women in Orlando. And you would think that would not be the case because, as I've been contending, I mean, it's a weird place in Florida. No beach. How do you deal with that? Things start to stack up, pressures, anxiety, whatever. You can just roll to the beach there and forget about it all. Watch the seagulls go by. But in Orlando, you're stuck, man, in traffic on I-4. I mean, it's not an easy thing to deal with, and a lot of chain restaurants there. But nonetheless, I'm very, very happy that you had a successful trip. All right, we're going to come back. We got a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff, Angel Martinez.
That we do. And we will be back to talk even more stuff and more fun. If you guys don't forget, you can call or text into the show. Pardon me. 727-858-6650. 727-858-6650. Also, make your comments here live on the social medias. We do appreciate it, along with everyone who has hung around from the Pete Sheppard Show. We always appreciate that as well. And for the fine folks that are listening in from Vid 96.1 Orlando. So thank you to our Spanish listening audience for tuning in over here as well today to listen in and to hear some English excitement from myself and Defo and from Pete earlier. So we will be back. We are live here on Sports Radio 102.9 The Game.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
And welcome back here, Martinez and Defoe. Martinez and Defoe Unscripted live here Monday through Friday from 10 to 12 a.m. into the p.m., which is the midday. I guess it would be considered, I guess, a mid-morning show, Defoe.
Mid-mornings, yes, that would be it. Usually it was like 10 to 2. He's a very famous guy here, one of the best radio broadcasters I have heard in my lifetime. And Miami was a pretty good base for some real radio talent that blossomed and went on to great heights and recognition. Larry King, whether he was your cup of tea or not, he started here. He was like at a Wolfie's Rascal House, slobbering down bagels. And talking about the book is, from here to eternity. The author is, and that was his thing. He started here. But there was a guy here named Neil Rogers. I don't know if you ever heard of this guy, but he checked out about, I want to say, 10 or 12 years ago already. But had the entire audience, the entire town was plugged into this guy's show. It was one of those things that happened in the so-called heydays of radio, which had a couple of different existences, but it was very important. And the 10 to 2 slot, he made famous Angel Martinez. So I think it's a good time to work. I mean, I do other things like you do. So I'm kind of busy from, I'm starting my day not quite as early as you, which, by the way, how was Pete Sheppard had to be on some kind of defibrillator when the Bruins went into overtime against Toronto, no? Or was he okay after that? I mean, he came out on top, and now tonight's the night. 2 nights the night. They're going against the Florida Panthers, who appear to be in pretty good shape in this year's postseason.
plus well rested. I mean, that's that's either good or bad. And hockey seems to be kind of a little bit good because at least you get a day or two to do a half skate where you're not doing the full skate practice. So I think
these guys have like transplant surgeries and then they come back like 3 days later. It's amazing what a little rest will do. Tough as nails. You could see, as difficult as the NBA championship is to win, and it won't be easy this year for whoever eventually wins it, especially, I mean, you're seeing a very contentious group of teams in the West. And, you just have to believe whether or not these young teams can really come through. But in the NHL, I mean, it is a veritable bloodbath right from the opening bell, I mean, to win. And we're only early in the second round. Of course, this will be the first game, but wow, I don't know what's better, to be out there in a life and death, at least in terms of whether your season is going to end or not situation like Boston was and come through, or to be just kind of lounging on the beach there, enjoying a couple of cocktails and a few tacos and burritos on Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, I think they did. Holy moly. I just had a brain fart for a second. I was thinking about something as you were talking at the same time. But no, it's...
You were probably thinking about something relevant to the show. No. No, but this is it's good. I mean, it's the one turn on that we have right now in South Florida because, people are rethinking their position about what the Heat should do. Did they come back with Jimmy Butler? If they do, they're going to have to pay him a fortune. Is the Mickey Harrison willing to go ahead and tap into some kind of luxury tax? Because people are talking about Kevin Durant. So there's that speculation. But the Panthers look to have a legitimate chance, as much as any of the teams left, if not stronger than some, to maybe win it all. And yet, I mean, they have fucked the Bruins a number of times in their history, which doesn't include a lot of postseason appearances. But when they have, it's always been a great expense to the Bruins that the Panthers were around in the postseason, including going back to when they made the Stanley Cup Finals. I believe that was, 96, 97 season?
I believe so.
Their third year in existence, yeah. And they mowed down the Bruins in a classic series. It was just incredible. Gathered some momentum, and hockey looked like it was ready to really take the stage and have a springboard to being among the most popular sports here. But it hasn't been the case because of long series of mediocrity since. But I think a legitimate chance. And yet, so you say Pete Sheppard's okay. He feels good about his chances with his Boston Bruins. I didn't get a chance to hear him this morning.
I don't know if he's okay with his chances. I think if being a realist and you look at it, it took 7 games and overtime to beat the Maple Leafs, and seeing how strong the Panthers have been playing as of late, me being a Boston Bruins fan, I think I'd be really, really inept to see if maybe you get swept out because your legs are pretty much fried at this point. Then you got to start the series with the Panthers. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how Pete's feeling. I don't think he mentioned too much, which was pretty quiet that I can recall throughout the broadcast. But I don't think Pete
he should have been beating his chest like Tarzan, getting ready to go and stop some bad guys from killing elephants. No, I mean, just going crazy, Pete Sheppard. I'm surprised because and that's a good series. Think about it too. You mentioned that these guys should be staggering around from surviving the first series, and now they're just getting into series number 2. But you have to play a lot of hockey to win the Stanley Cup. It literally is. Than the annual chase for the Stanley Cup. And it sounds like sportscasters, they say that just to sound like, oh yeah, well I'm a hockey fan. But it definitely is the toughest of titles to win. I believe that to be true.
It is. You got to figure it's a long season. It doesn't. It seems like it, and then at the same time, it doesn't seem like it because once the playoffs start for the NHL, it's right around the same time for the NBA. And then if you look at it, by the end of somewhere in June is when the hockey season stops, and then you are off for July, a little bit of August. And the guys are starting to skate around in September. And some guys get together even before that. So I would think these guys maybe 3 weeks in total where they probably start feeling, okay, we're done. Minus the teams that exit out earlier, then they have a whole different story. But I would think for the teams now going even into the second round, you got to feel like, boy, oh boy, when is this over? And then when it is over, which hoping you're hoisting Lord Stanley, But then it's such a short turnaround, and then we're right back at it again, which is even more insane.
And weird things happen in the NHL playoffs. Whereas, if you really look at it, for the most part, you would have to say the NBA is still largely reliant on chalk.
Yeah.
Are they not? I mean, favorites, you had even the two games that took place on Saturday or Friday, I guess. The favorites prevail, and they prevail with relative ease. You had to anticipate Cleveland would come back and knock off Orlando. That's the way the whole series went, with the home team winning every game. But in hockey, you had weird shit. I mean, you had Dallas losing the first two at home to the Las Vegas Golden Knights, the defending Stanley Cup champions, who weren't quite as brilliant as they were last year throughout the course of the regular season. And isn't it great, Angel Martinez, that me, who probably saw part of one Golden Knights game during the regular season, I'm now an expert on how they played. Because we're in the postseason, and everything is magnified. But I mean, so they're up 2-0 on the Dallas Stars, who were a highly regarded team. I saw some handicapper. I thought he was flat out of his mind, because this is what people are doing now, and this is why America will be bankrupt and followed by every other country that allows people to wager on games to the level that they do now, because this gentleman was suggesting, with Dallas down 0-2 in their series to Las Vegas, their opening series, that you go ahead and bet them to win the Stanley Cup at that point, because you're now getting very generous odds. You're thinking they're not even going to make it out of the first round. This guy's got to be committed to some insane asylum, no? And sure enough, they bounce back. They win the next two in Las Vegas, and then it goes back and forth. You end up with a Game 7. They sneak one in, man. Some kind of weird backhand shot early in the third period. I happen to be flipping channels, and it's hard to catch everything now. Do you find that? Because, what do you do? You must just be in a sports bar all night, no? Or do you have it set up at the Martinez Mansion where you can watch all of these events all at once?
No, I pretty much have it set up where I can watch it in 4 different windows on 2 different layouts, 3 if I really wanted to go that absolutely insane. And sometimes you just have to kind of keep up with the sports world. But no, I have usually about 4 on the main display, to trying to keep up, and then I'll just switch in between the audio and the different versions of the screens there just to hear what's happening. But yeah, you have to. At one point, you really have to see it. And if you have some games that are really hyped up, it's like, okay, I want to hear what the Phillies are doing, but at the same time, too, I want to see what the NBA is doing. So it can drive you for a whirlwind, but you jot down a couple of quick notes and see what the highlight was for the evening. And then you come to find out, if you hang out until, I don't know, whenever seems like some sports events are off at like 1 o'clock in the morning. I guess if you're on the West Coast, it's like, all right, I'll see what happens the next day. And then sometimes you think the outcome that was supposed to have been wasn't it. So yeah, it's a lot. I think we went to, what were we watching? The Sixers lost to the Knicks. I think I had forced my eyes to stay open until, I want to say, a minute and a half left, and then woke up and was like, oh boy.
That's a rough one with all the things that you're doing. I mean, very understandable. Plus, getting up in the morning at the crack of dawn, man, the roosters aren't even up yet.
No.
And you're off to do a morning show with the great Pete Sheppard. Not easy. Very admirable. I mean, there's nobody at Riptide Media who is aware of your efforts, Angel Martinez, that doesn't just marvel at the dedication you have displayed to this particular endeavor. And then on the side, you're launching this monster career. It's unbelievable what you're able to do. So you're entitled to fall asleep during these games. They're not as bad as they used to be about broadcasting games into the middle of the night, it seems. Oh, that was always a big complaint of anybody on the East Coast, and saying, how could you start this game at 10:30? And thinking, there's a pretty good chance that a lot of people are going to miss it. People that actually have lives to live besides watching sports on TV. But you couldn't go wrong. I mean, and the series, the opening series, I thought at least a couple of them were wildly entertaining. And I don't know that we've seen any changing of the guard or anything, but you are curious to see if these young teams like Minnesota, which took Game 1 against Denver, and that was interesting too. Because they seem to mess a little bit with Nikola Jokic, the world's greatest basketball player, who I'm a big fan of. And yet, for some reason, Minnesota is coming at you not only in waves with Edwards. I mean, that guy, you talk about progressing when did he become this monster? I mean, just absolutely scary. He's either taking it to the hoop, hitting the three-pointer. He's great at manipulating position to get off a mid-range jumper. He cans them all, no matter what kind of position he's in when he's taking a shot. And then he's playing defense, too.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's one of those guys. I don't know. Do people resent that? How do you feel about that when a guy says, hey, you better pay attention here because I'm the best guy in the NBA? Are you somebody that you seem like a humble guy. I mean, very humble guy, Angel Martinez. Are you one of those guys that says, hey, you want to see this guy get smacked in the face because he has such a high opinion of himself, or is he not backing it up right now with the way that he's playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves, who most people still feel like they're going to easily succumb to the Denver Nuggets overall. But I don't know. I mean, how big is Game 2 on the homewood of the Nuggets? And they've been a little sluggish. They were pressed by the Lakers. So
they were.
The changing of the guard, could it be? Are we looking at some new blood in the NBA? And how insufferable will Alex Rodriguez be if he is the owner of a team that ends up winning the NBA championship?
It could be something. Either it could be something, or do we hear then that the fix is in? Because you always hear the latter two. And if that's the case, then you would say from the owner of the Denver Nuggets and the Vegas Knights, because when he purchased them, at least the Knights, when he decided to start out there in Vegas, he said that we would end up winning a title within 7 years. And then he goes, no, you know what? Make it 6. And that's exactly what he did. But
yeah, and they were contentious right from the beginning. They made the Stanley Cup final, I think, in their expansion year.
In their expansion year, they made it.
Yes.
Which that's the other, and it's kind of detouring here for a second. I don't know how you feel about default, but I think they're the only ones, because the NBA, I know they haven't had an expansion team in a while other than from New Orleans. But the one thing I think that drives me a little kooky is when it comes to the NHL, because when they make an expansion team, it's like, okay, I need you to reach out to Jeff Default DeForest and tell him he's going to lose his primary line because we're grabbing everybody. And then we want you to call Pete Sheppard to let him know he's going to lose his line because we're going to grab him as well. Like, I think it's the only sport that you're able to take the best players from every team. And as long as you give them a phone call, Lightning, is this the new expansion team? Sure is. Tell your goalie goodbye.
We want Stamkos, a young one. I like their principle, and at first it seemed ridiculous, right? How could you let an expansion team be this good? They're supposed to be punished and at the bottom of the barrel there for years and years and years. But sometimes they're so badly compromised. I mean, think about this, and the philosophy probably needs to change in some of these other leagues, because you're trying to initiate a brand new fan base into a sport that you would have to think was relatively obscure in terms of the potential to land in Las Vegas, right? So if you're going to give them a team that's going to suck for like the first 10 years, how are you going to be able to really attract enough attention there to make it a thing? I mean, it became such a happening. You would have to consider, and I do, that I would put that on my sports bucket list to go to a game in Las Vegas. I've been, teasing people. I used to know a guy who was the original marketing director for the Las Vegas Golden Knights, and a guy named Jim Frivola, who's now doing like soccer over in London somewhere. And I was thinking, I haven't called this guy in like 15 years. I haven't seen him. So is it outside of normal protocol or outside of the, the good elements of etiquette to call a guy you haven't talked to in 15 years and ask him for tickets to a game because he's in a position to give them to you?
No.
That's how hard it would be to get tickets, right? You may even stoop to something so low as to say, hey, Jim, didn't you just have a birthday? I wanted to call. I know I haven't been in touch. And by the way, you have tickets for that Stanley Cup final game, my friend? Yeah, tough. But it became a thing. And why? Because they were good. Same thing, Seattle. I mean, they allowed these teams not to have to, dwell on the bottom and be just, the ugly catfish that you pull up and you don't even want to take off the hook. You're just thinking about casting it back into the water. You don't even want to touch this thing. And it's worked. It's not like they've gotten the top level players, but they've gotten enough good players to actually be competitive and be able to have something to build upon instead of just wondering when the hell are they going to be able to draw any fans.
Yeah, no, it's. again, for Nuggets fans, I mean, you guys were able to win one last year, and who's to say? I mean, they can't come back in the series. You're only down 1-0. It's not like it's the end of the world. But you got to expect some of these guys, especially the bigger guys. I mean, he pushed himself a lot during the regular NBA season, and then you're expecting a bigger push here during the playoffs. I know it wasn't easy past the first round. Now you got to get past Minnesota, and who knows? Minnesota could maybe close the door on Denver. I don't think it's going to happen, but it could possibly happen. But no, I think the fan expectation, and we all, believe me, we all end up doing it in the same way that you mentioned, even with LeBron earlier, that he's been, 36 years or however long it's been now in the NBA or he's, however.
He's in his, 20th season right now.
Yeah, which feels like 36 because you compare his age to when he started playing basketball to where he is now.
Yeah.
It just seems like 36 years. So I say that hypothetically, folks. Don't think I'm losing my mind here. But, it's for a length of time that he's been playing the NBA and still able to play at least to his expectations. Forget about us. And we can have our own opinions, varied opinions about LeBron James. And I know a lot of people are just saying now at this point, it's time for him to give it up. But it might have been the
still
only
good.
time we saw. Yeah. But the only time we saw it after the post game, when they asked him the question, there might have been maybe a slight hint, depending where his son ends up, but there might have been just a slight hiccup of him saying, you know what, is it time for me to say, you know what, I have done what I've done, and maybe it is getting close to that.
Nah, he's going nowhere, this guy. He's playing on the Olympic team, for God's sake. He obviously gets some kind of a thrill out of playing a game. If you were that good at anything, wouldn't you enjoy doing it? If you were that good at playing the piano, as LeBron James is at basketball, maybe you'd be one of those guys that snapped. But if you really enjoy it, and he seems to be enjoying it, he's playing Olympic basketball. I mean, you would think a guy that was 39, about to turn 40, would consider taking the summer off. But no, he's been a remarkable player. Hype to productivity, you would have to say, in a virtually impossible situation to exceed the hype that preceded his arrival on the NBA scene, that he has far exceeded it, whether you like the guy or not. Well, whether, you think that he's some kind of two-faced phony because he doesn't mind having his sneaker made in China and refuses to say anything about human rights on that. I don't know. I mean, that aside, as a basketball player, you would have to consider that he would probably nose out everybody else as having had the most productive career.
Yeah.
In spite, and I'm a huge Michael Jordan fan. Even though Michael is bitter and hates everybody now, and hated everybody that he was in contact with on his way to the top, that high school coach that cut him, he'll never forget it, right? I mean, if the guy was on fire, he wouldn't throw a bottle of water on him if he was standing, right over him in the streets. That was surprising to see how bitter and what level of motivation it was. All of this grudge type of stuff that Michael Jordan was carrying throughout his career. But and if you wanted to make the case that Jordan was the greatest of all time, who's really going to argue with you? It just I'm surprised at how derisive people are about LeBron James when it comes to just pure basketball ability and demonstrated accomplishment on the basketball floor.
Yeah, no, I am too.
How about that, man? You should have played the national anthem under that.
No, I should
have. It is, people. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just, I think because there's times that we've seen like LeBron James not be at his best, I think, just personally. And some people are just kind of getting tired of, like Kim Kardashian booed off the stage yesterday, apparently during a roast. I think there's times where it's just people are just like, okay, LeBron, that's enough. Like, you've had the spotlight for many, many years. Let someone else get it at this point. And we understand because at the end of the Lakers season, the only thing I will say was he did acknowledge at least that he's not firing the head coach, because everybody knows he hires and fires everybody. Yeah. But at least this time, he didn't mention anything about firing a coach because the Lakers were plagued by injuries, as he stated. Some teams overcome and overadapt.
Yeah, but they fired a guy anyway.
Yeah, well.
I can't imagine they did that without, at least saying something to LeBron James about, what, Darvin's got to go. That was, and I don't know that he was the greatest coach. I mean, he was criticized for making a lot of mistakes, but the truth was the Lakers did not have enough deep depth, as Yogi Berra would say, to be a championship team, even though they had two excellent players and they got a little bit out of D'Angelo Russell And, Austin Reeves at times was good. But in general, they just didn't have the goods to compete for the championship. All right, what are we going to do? We're going to sell some stuff here, Angel? Come back to another hour of this stuff? It'll be awesome.
That we are. And there's, if I remember on the backside of the break here, we'll...
LinkedIn, they're done. They're dead to us, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So they're pretty much done. They get cut off right 11 o'clock. Sorry, they're LinkedIn. Hopefully you guys made the switch over. But no, when we come back, which I had, and this goes to show you how much I pay attention to Kentucky Derby. Travis Stone, which I had no idea how he had to call this, how he calls the race, and where he does it from is to me, I think it's phenomenal. A lot of folks may have seen it before, so I'm going to play that when we come out of the break and get into some more stuff. Don't forget, you guys can text in or call into the show at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. And we thank you all once again for staying here with us up until the noontime hour. And then after that, you guys can go on about your business and do what you want. And hopefully you'll be able to tune in to the Dugout Show, the run up here after us at 12 o'clock from the Bleacher Brothers Sports Network. You guys will be hearing it here on Sports Radio 102.9. Later on, it'll be Coach Gene from 4 to 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bleacher Brothers themselves on from 6 to 9 p.m. And at one point, I'm going to have to get AJ on the phone to figure out.
Oh, AJ on fire again, man, this guy.
Yeah.
After, what did he tell me here? I think they had like so-so weekend here, 6-6, something around that area. Yeah, but they're still like way ahead. I mean, like to the point where if you weren't following this guy's picks, 6-6 this weekend on picks, finished the week 17-6.
Jeez.
So he was coming off like an 11 unit winning streak. 32-4, not 32-4, but still respectable. 17-6, man. It's a monster. What bookie would take this guy's call? He probably has to use various. Does he have also known as alias type references that he uses? Because nobody would take this guy's call if you were booking bets, would they?
No, I don't think so. By the way, if you guys want to place your bets as well, or at least take a look at some bets, go over to bleacherbrothers.com. Check out.
I mean, do it now. They should make this whole network a hit. No.
Yeah, I don't know. They got to be fueling somebody
on a roll like this.
No.
I mean, Billy Walters couldn't give out this many winners. It's amazing.
Sure.
All right, let's do the business, and we'll come back because we got a lot to do here. Angel Martinez, the Spanish-Hispanic voice of the Orlando Predators, and it's game on, dude, man. He did it. So we're very, very excited about that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys stay tuned. We will be right back here on Sports Radio 102.9 The Game.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back here. Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. Well, soon you guys will be able to hear Defoe speaking Spanish, singing in Spanish, and dancing all the latest Spanish tunes that he's never danced before in his life.
Good luck with that, my man. Speaking of dancing, this has nothing to do with anything in the sporting world, but earlier this morning, we deal with this PR firm, Luby and I, still doing shows together, and there's a PR firm that sends us some really good sports guests every now and then. So we will take some of the people that we otherwise wouldn't have a major interest in having on, authors and different types of celebrities, news people, well, whatever. And so they tossed us a winner of Dancing with the Stars today. And it's one of those deals where you only have like 7 minutes, and they warn you before, a hard out at 9:29, right? Or she's going to hang up the phone. I don't know if you've done any of these type of interviews through PR firms. Anyway, so it was the lovely Hannah Brown, who is also known as Hannah B. I don't know how badly, if ever, and I hope this was not the case, because it could have led to years of therapy and failed relationships. Were you at any time a fan, Angel Martinez, of watching either The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, or both?
Maybe the first season, maybe just
first season. Okay, yeah. Because I mean, we wanted to believe that they weren't totally full of shit, but it turns out that was more than the case. Including this woman was on, and this was the year that I finally, whatever addiction I might have had to the fantasy of one usually reasonably good-looking guy, but having like 30 babes groveling at his feet from the minute they step out of the car. Can you imagine? I mean, is this a situation you could have ever dreamt up? It would be impossible to conceive of, wouldn't it? One more gorgeous than the next.
Yeah. Plus, do these people not understand? Like, that's not real life. And then they want to get engaged and married. I think it's all in 8 weeks or something like that. And then the funny
they know each other for about 3 hours. I've done that, though. I've done that, and I can assure you it's likely not to work. I'm glad you spent some time with this young lady, the lovely Debbie, who is assisting you with the programs and everything that you're doing. I mean, that's already a good sign that you guys are working on something together, as opposed to being diametrically the opposite on virtually every issue, every opinion from what to have to for dinner to how to walk the dog.
Yeah. No.
But anyway, yeah, this Hannah B was on a weird season of The Bachelor where, this was the one that you would have thrown in the towel on and suspended all belief in the idea that this had any basis in reality as a reality television show. But the guy, The Bachelor, was this guy, Colton Underwood. I don't know if you're familiar with his story, but they always, they'll say that his profession was a professional football player, that he was, and you're thinking, hey, I'm the biggest sports fan in the world. I never heard of this guy. Did you? I mean, Colton Underwood. And it turned out he had a cup of coffee, which should not be denigrated in any way. I mean, he made it to the National Football League. So he had to be a reasonably talented athlete. And he played like linebacker for the Raiders and I think on special teams. But what we didn't know, and he was fighting, I don't know that you want to consider them demons, but it turned out, I mean, the undercurrent of the show was the suspicions that Colton Underwood was actually gay. And he was pursuing all of these women. I mean, and they always characterized it as the most dramatic season in Bachelor or Bachelorette history. And this one was because it involved like Underwood with an athletic maneuver that would have made you sign him right again for at least Arena League football status, where he leaps over the wall as he's, trying to escape all of the various things that are plaguing him about this situation. And he leaps over the wall and like disappears into the wilderness. They have to go chasing him down to find the guy, the Bachelor, to bring him back to the mansion and say, "You can't quit the show now." And this woman was jilted by this guy, and then she becomes the Bachelorette, and she picks a guy who turned out to be nothing but a rat. I asked her, and this was a guy that won her over by serenading her. I don't know. Do you play a musical instrument, Angel?
No, the violin years ago.
Oh, Jesus. Well, that's an instrument, surprisingly, that you mentioned that you had characterized yourself as hanging around among nerds, but the violin would have been one of those instruments at that time, maybe only eclipsed in my era by the accordion, if you were taking accordion lessons, which, let's face it, I mean, how many accordion players do you know that are famous besides like Lawrence Welk? And that even precedes like anything that you would be conscious of from seeing a guy on TV. But he serenaded. If you could serenade a woman by playing a musical instrument, the violin would become one. That I mean, if you tell me you didn't do it, huh? Did you take out the violin on Debbie, like the second date?
I wish, I should have thought about that one. Maybe
where were you? I mean, my second date is usually at a dog track when they were operating, but because I want to see if the women in my life can enjoy being ignored. But so yeah, you never did that then. You never used the violin as a possible way to serenade a woman and get into her good graces.
No, because I played it 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. And then after I didn't touch it, although I guess if I could have been playing or kept playing that, I could have been part of Dave Matthews Band, many years later. But no, I didn't. I wish I could probably pick it up and play with, obviously with not strumming, I guess, the right strings. It would probably sound horrific until I get back into it again. But no.
Oh, yeah?
That's
you couldn't even tap out something like, just some simple tune that would be common to play with the violin. I'm blanking on any specifics here, but yeah, I mean, it's not like you have to be Papa John Creech or something. I mean, you just got to go out there and they give it a little bit, and then she'll be fascinated by it. So this woman, Hannah Brown, on The Bachelorette, it was love at first sight when this guy whipped out a guitar as he came out of the car and was introduced to her, and his name was like Jed Wyatt. I'm a little suspect about guys named Jed. I don't know. What do you think? Jeb. I remember when Jeb Bush was running for governor, they just put a big thing like JEB with a big exclamation point on the billboards for his campaign. And I thought, yeah, of course, some guy with a hillbilly name is going to get elected governor of Florida. Where else would this be something where you could just get by with that? But anyway, this guy turned out to be a rat. And I asked her if she thought about like doing one of those things like they did in Animal House, where Belushi cracks the guitar over the head of the guy who was singing on the staircase. I don't know if are you familiar with this movie? Animal House, one of the classics, man. I mean,
Animal House?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And the guy that was singing actually was a real popular singer at the time. Stephen Bishop had a bunch of songs, but he sits there and Belushi cracks a guitar over his head, and Hannah Brown suggested, without saying as much, that she thought about cracking a guitar over this guy's head. And that would have been a great way to end the Bachelorette season. But she went on. She won like Dancing with the Stars, and then was on that. I didn't watch this show much. I don't know. You were in the military, so you might be inclined to do this. This military test show that they had recently, where they had various celebrities going through what like somebody would go through if they were trying to become like a Green Beret.
Oh yeah, that was on Fox. Oh,
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't look like it was any piece of cake, to do any of this stuff.
No.
And she lasted to like, maybe like the third person left.
Yeah.
So that wasn't bad. And the other people were, athletes, former athletes. So where they had, a little bit more of the kind of conditioning you would need to survive this sort of shit. But it was interesting because, this is where, let's face it. I mean, what reality show actually deals in any kind of reality except what we watch when we watch these soap operas unfold in the sporting world?
Yeah. No, that's the best one. By the way, let me get back to a couple of quick messages before I put on some other thoughts here. Joey B started off with Defoe, the next Golden Bachelor.
That turned out to be like a bunch of total crap also. Did you see that story? I mean, the Golden Bachelor, not only was he a total fraud, but she was, a word that, would not be flattering to associate with women in the opinion of most people that actually knew her. And, they threw in a towel on this big wedding. Like it was almost like you were watching, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle getting married.
Yeah.
There was a lot of bitterness there, though, Angel Martinez. Did you see the one side of the family? I mean,
no.
they were appalled by the whole thing, and they tried to make it seem like it was a big deal. And they did the same thing on the Golden Bachelor. And then it turned out the two people hated each other already. It was incredible.
No, it's just dumb. It really is. You can't 90 days, you're not getting it done, just like the 90 Day Fiance and all the other shows that are out there. But sorry, Joey B said Devo has Jesse Palmer on speed dial. Then followed up with Devo's first day night on the Golden Bachelor will be Highlight of Miami.
That's been done. No. You know what's funny is it was actually a fairly distinguished thing to do. And just like we were saying, I don't mean to, be in any way disparaging to all the beautiful women of the world there. But I mean, chicks kind of dug it if you were a little bit of a wild man. And, they sort of liked it. And they had some very elegant dining at the local, Miami Highlight, it wasn't uncommon back in the early 80s, Angel, to come to a table and see like a pyramid of cocaine on the table.
Oh, jeez.
You were wondering if the game was fixed? And then Dania Highlight, which was the other Highlight frontown in town, and was considered to me maybe a step below what was going on at Miami. And it probably was in terms of quality of play, but it was still a very high level. In fact, my good friend, the great Joey Kornblit, was a guy who revolutionized, imagine, a Jewish guy from Queens, and he revolutionizes a game that is, popular in the Basque region of Spain. But I'll say this, I mean, did you ever go to Tampa Highlight? Was one of my favorite degenerate destinations. Does it still exist? No, I would imagine it shut down years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've heard
And Orlando Highlight has been out of action for a long time.
Yeah, I didn't hear him talk about it locally. And by the way, you're getting a lot of love here this morning.
Oh, good.
Because Joe Q says, from what I hear, one of Defoe's dates on the Golden Bachelor is an afternoon at Gulfstream Park.
Well, that would be, considered elegance also if you were out there the last couple of days, especially in Kentucky. All of these racetracks do a pretty nice job when it comes to Kentucky Derby. Trying to create that kind of ambiance. They'll have the hat contest for the ladies and everything. Did you see the crowd at this event, though, Angel Martinez? I know, you're probably like a lot of people tune in once, a year to the Kentucky Derby. But, I mean, it's heartening to see a sport that's being written off as dead forever. And there are reasons, even for the biggest of horse racing fans like I am. And, I've gotten to know people in the game over many, many years of covering horse racing, including at Tampa Bay Downs. For one season, and it was a very enjoyable experience there. But I mean, there are reasons, just like boxing, one of my other favorite sports, that you would have to say, can I really condone this? And am I overlooking something that is so I mean, just horrible, so hideous, the horror, as Colonel Kurtz would say, to just ignore that. Horses dying, same thing, the injuries and some of the cruelty that's involved in the actual business of boxing. And am I overlooking that just for my own, spiritual enjoyment because I love making a bet on a horse race?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely are some question marks there. But an afternoon at Gulfstream Park would be good. Like I said, Angel, you don't have to go through this. You're lucky in a lot of ways, my friend, that you avoided being plagued by the degenerate gene.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, you're not a big drinker. I would imagine drugs, is not something that you were involved in at any time in your life. Military background and everything, the nerd thing. And the fact that you are not a big gambler, I think it makes for an excellent dynamic on this show. It really does. Because although if you were in tune with, the sickest of the sick, which other people on this network and project seem to represent, I think so. Although with AJ Johnson, the guy is just a stone winner. So, that's a condition and a situation that I want to say, even though I've won at different times, I've yet to experience.
No, I've been very fortunate, but Joey B's got by the way, 2 back-to-back and the show was Special Forces, World's Toughest Test.
Yes. She was on that thing and went the distance almost.
Yeah, Joey B says Devo still shows up to his first date dressed as Sonny Crockett from Miami Vice, and then follows up with.
If I could fit into the pants, man.
Now this would be probably a big seller for Netflix. Devo at the Villages in Ocala should be the new Netflix series.
Don't they have like sex on the golf carts there? I mean, it's great, supposedly. A big outbreak of herpes among octogenarians. Ocala, you know what? I used to go to Ocala frequently for business back when I was doing a lot of horse racing shows here in South Florida. And we were always having to go up there and do some kind of video of various horse farms. And it's beautiful. I don't know. I would assume it's still that way. Do you venture out there anytime? Because they have supposedly, I mean, if you were in some kind of naturalist, they have all these springs and everything, which I never got to. I mean, I always was like straight to the horse farms. But one of the prominent guys there, breeders there during his lifetime, was George Steinbrenner. And there are many people, including who was the guy? He had First Jersey Securities, and he was a huge horse racing advertiser. Ended up in jail or something, but he had one of the nicest farms there in Ocala, and he was recommending that you invest your money in things that unfortunately were not designed to generate a profit in the end.
Yeah, no, but I think we've been out there before at Ocala, and to me, it's almost like Orlando. Like if you live in Ocala, you might as well go and build yourself a pool because you're in the center part of the state. There's no beaches nearby.
Yeah, that would be the prohibitive factor for me.
Yeah, well, then you're also on the borderline too, which I think now you're above the borderline where you have more chillier nights, even than what we do here in a Tampa region. And obviously, the further south you go, it's not as chilly. But I don't know. Ocala's nice. It's nice to visit. Would I live there? Probably not, because we just love to be by the water. So I don't see the point of being over there in Ocala. But it is nice. So there's plenty to see, plenty to do. Definitely, if you love nature, there's plenty of walks or plenty of parks. There's plenty of stuff to enjoy the sights and sounds of what is Ocala. But I'll give it a hard pass.
The guy's name was Bob Brennan. I was blanking on it. First Jersey Securities. You probably, I mean, this might have just predated your. No, I mean, you may be. He was running commercials on virtually everything. First Jersey Securities. He was a guy who had a helicopter. It was kind of like that Tom Vu stuff that used to go on, where they were suggesting that you could buy real estate without having a dime in your pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Which the only thing that I've ever known of that you could buy without owning the shirt on your back is a hockey team in the NHL. Because we've had a couple of guys that pulled that off. The guy that bought the Islanders that time, and it turned out he didn't have a dime, man. It was just a complete fraud. And then there was a guy out that had the Kings, Bruce McNull. Although I think he had money, but how he accumulated that money became under suspicion, and I believe all of it was taken away as he was doing time. But he did own the LA Kings. In fact, he was the guy that brought Gretzky there. So he was a real showman. I actually had some contact with this guy through horse racing of all things, because he owned a stable out in California. But it's tough to buy anything without having any money. But this guy was suggesting that you invest in various things, and then I'm not sure if he ended up doing time. I didn't have a chance to read this whole thing.
Speaking of people, have you heard down your neck of the woods where Gretzky is talking about putting a $40 million facility together?
What? I mean, is he still connected with the Coyotes the Coyotes, Arizona Coyotes that are moving to Salt Lake City? Is he part of that? Can you imagine Wayne Gretzky, the great one, is going to be living in Salt Lake City listening to Donny Osmond records and waiting for, restrictions so that he can go outside? I don't know. What do they do there? Who the hell moves to Salt Lake City? Anybody? Skiers? Who wants to live there?
Yeah, I don't know who moves out there, but apparently he's, and by the way, Joey B says the Bruce McNeil story documentary, really interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. So you have, he's been out of the NHL for a few years, I think. Joe Q's talking about Wayne Gretzky, but he was talking about putting a $40 million facility in Southwest Florida, not too far away from where you are.
Oh, for hockey development or something, or sports development?
So, because it's supposed to have like 2 full-size rinks. There's also going to be a restaurant where you can eat inside, a bar. Yeah. I mean, I don't believe it could land an NHL team because it's supposed to be more of a practice type facility. But I find it interesting that it ended up happening. Joey B, by the way, says Salt Lake City, the new owners, the Smith family. Big LDS money in that family. So,
all right. So, I mean, let's hope they prosper there because you would like to see the league provides unbelievable entertainment, and it actually in the postseason the games become much more compelling on TV. It seems like, I mean, because every move means something, and last night, I mean, that was an unbelievable conclusion to that Rangers Carolina game. Yeah, you would have thought, my God, the last couple of minutes being total chaos, helter-skelter time, always amazed me how a team could be putting no pressure on for 3 periods and, they're 18 minutes into the third period and all of a sudden they just start lighting it up. I mean, firing shot after shot at the goaltender who appears to be virtually helpless but somehow hangs on like Shesterkin did last night for the Rangers. That was good. And, I mean, always delivering top-notch entertainment. Now, you mentioned this earlier, Angel Martinez, and I would imagine, like we said, Vitality would not be unique to these Orlando Predator dancers that clearly, I mean, no matter how foggy your vision might have been because of those glasses, you were able to, and maybe I shouldn't say this, but you were able to clearly identify that they were on their game.
Yes.
And you're attributing this to the Palm Beach, West Palm Beach water treatment filter system, right?
Yeah, I think so. Because I'm telling you, it was whatever was in the water. They definitely did a good job as far as performing, being out there on the floor. Even when the choppers came in the very beginning before the national anthem got kicked off, they were even leading in the choppers. And doing a great job, doing almost a dance move to park the bikes at the same time. So, the Orlando Predators dancers did a phenomenal job. And I think it's because of the Palm Beach water purification whole house water filters, which are ideally if you want filtered water throughout your home, including the showers, your bathroom sinks, and running appliances like your washing machine and dishwasher. Even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system can be cost-effective and time-efficient versus purchasing several under-sink or countertop filters that need to be installed to maintain. A whole house water filtration system from Palm Beach Water Purification will reduce or totally remove contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and quality of your food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and your plants, give you brighter, longer-lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine and allowing you to breathe easier by removing chemicals that evaporate in steam. Call South Florida's top-rated water guys and schedule a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337. Once again, 561-801-7337. Or visit them at pbwaterpure.com. Once again, pbwaterpure.com. Let them know Defo and I sent you, and you guys will get 10% off your first install.
You don't want to be drinking water that tastes like dishwater.
No, not at all.
Or that's maybe like you just put a cup in the pool and drank something like you were a dog. You just don't want that. So this is the way to go. All right, lots to talk about. People are asking some interesting questions here. We always appreciate the input, and the call-in number is there available to you also.
Yep.
To talk either with the new Hispanic voice of the Orlando Predators, or me, or the both of us can weigh in on something, which is fine. And we're coming back to do more of this, right, Angel?
Yes, we are. We are going to be back. You guys can text and call into the show at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. As we are on for the final segment here, Martinez and Defoe Unscripted on Sports Radio 102.9 The Game. We'll be right back.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
All right, back for the final segment of the morning. By the way, I want to make a quick note. Starting tomorrow, because I completely forgot I was going to do this week, but starting tomorrow, when Pete's show ends, we will stop the show As far as here on the streams, on the radio, it will still continue doing what it's been doing for the longest. I'll be queuing up some music in between. And then we're going to restart the stream all over again, starting at 10 o'clock when Deefo and I and myself are on, because sometimes there's audio issues that will happen. Like I believe today, everybody can hear Deefo. On the streams, apparently it's even, but on the app, unfortunately, Deefo, they said it's coming in at about 100, and I'm coming in at a 1. So yeah, when it happens. So we're going to start and stop.
It makes for rough listening to the conversation. It's kind of like you're waiting for Otani's interpreter to come in and establish what it was that you were saying and what your position was on the thing. I did a little research here, Angel. I'm going to read this off my computer if I can see it from here.
All right.
And this guy, Bob Brennan, First Jersey Securities. So the story goes that First Jersey Securities was promoting a lot of penny stocks, obviously of high risk, and fleeced the elderly out of most of their money. Not something to be a laughing situation. Obviously, very sad. Kind of like the Madoff victims. This guy was an early forerunner to that. He did have a spectacular farm in Ocala. It was so beautiful. I have to tell you, Angel, it was one of the most pristine places I've ever seen. I've been to horse farms in Kentucky. I've been to horse farms in California. Haven't been, in New York, maybe. But, definitely, this was incredible, the horse farm that he had put together in Ocala. And he had a thing. He raced under the banner of Due Process Stables. And they actually campaigned a couple of very famous horses, Deputy Minister, what was a big-time racehorse, and the son of Deputy Minister was a horse named De Hare, who was also very, very popular. So he was prominent in thoroughbred racing. And that was how I knew this Bruce McNull guy. He owned a thing out in California called Suma Stables. Oddly, both of those guys, does this say something about the level of business integrity that I have? Although I would be unsuspecting that these guys would eventually be seen as criminals. But both of them were sponsors of various radio shows that I had. So, one on the East Coast, one on... Well, no, we had a television show that Brennan was a sponsor of. And he was very generous like that. I mean, he was advertising on everything, as, the tendency is, right? FTX... Weren't they on everything, right? Arenas were called FTX. All of a sudden, it's Bankman-Fried. The mention of his name. And Pat Riley says, revoke his season tickets. He's out of here. Yeah. Incredible. But I met McNull. My buddy and I used to do the feature race from Santa Anita every day. And I would set the race up, and then he would call the race. I know you're about to play a race call, so it made me think of this. And McNull was one of the sponsors. So he owed us some money, and we were getting a little desperate. Because we were paying for time on a radio station and then reselling the time ourselves. And, it was kind of a good way to do the business. Actually, it's worked for me throughout my lengthy time in broadcasting. But anyway, so McNull was going to give us a check that day for a pretty significant amount of money by the time standards. And it was raining at Santa Anita, so it wasn't particularly comfortable to be out there. And we come up and we see him in his box, assume a stable box. And there was an African-American gentleman sitting with him who looked like, and we thought, wow, how great is this? This guy's going to pay us the money he owes us, and he's taking care of this homeless guy and brought him to the track here to sit in the elegance and, the great splendor of one of the owner's boxes at Santa Anita overlooking the stretch. So as he's writing the check, this guy keeps popping up, and he's saying, what are you writing him a check for? What do these guys ever do for you? Nothing, huh? And we're like, really, Charlie? I mean, could you just shut up? Just let the guy write the check. We want to get out of here. We'll leave you alone. It's not going to impact your day with this gentleman whatsoever. He's not going to run out of money. He's going to be able to take care of you. And he keeps piping in. And then finally, as you're getting ready to just, tell the guy to shut the fuck up, McNull turns and says, I want you to meet my friend, Barry Gordy, the head of Motown. We're like, what were the odds of that? Barry, hey, love the Supremes, man. as he hands you a check that if you don't cash it by noon, you're going to be homeless, after yourself. So, that was my contact with these two guys, both of which were big time in sports, and then ended up being empty, which was pretty bizarre. But all right, so you have the call in a race. I want to ask the audience this, Angel, because I was only half paying attention to the call because I couldn't find my horses with the search warrant. So I was looking towards the back of the pack to see where the 8 and the 15 were.
Right.
And I thought that Larry Colmus who is an excellent race caller, who was calling the race for NBC, took over for Tom Durkin when he retired from calling the Triple Crown races. Because for some reason, I'm not sure whether they just want to control every element of the broadcast, NBC does not take the track announcer feed. So the resident track announcer on these races is being replaced on NBC's own audio by Larry Collins. But I want to say that he blew the call in a race, which it would be very odd and out of character for this guy. He's great. But I don't think he recognized that Mystic Dan had slipped through on the rail like he was being ridden by Calvin Burrell and was about to win the race until they were much deeper in the stretch than normally would be as part of the call of a race. That he just was surprised that this horse was in front, as if he had been dropped in while hovering over the track by a helicopter into the lead position, which I don't know if anybody can confirm that because I haven't listened back to Colmus's call of the race. But like I said, it kind of surprised me because he's not mentioning anything about this horse. And you're saying, who the fuck is that? But this would be probably the track announcer's call. I don't know. Maybe you have the Coleman's call. Does it say who's on the call on this thing?
No, so they say this is Travis Stone.
Oh, Travis Stone. Okay, he's a regular track announcer there.
Yep.
Okay.
I find it intriguing. I never knew this until today. But apparently this was a call, and then his view in order for him to be able to make the call. So for those who are listening in on the digital radio app, you'll be able to go back and watch it on Twitter and see the replay. But this is by the Kentucky Derby, courtesy of the Kentucky Derby, and this is Travis Stone.
And for the 150th time, here's the Kentucky Derby. And they're off in the Kentucky Derby. Fierceness was off at mid-pack and is trying to recover. Trek Phantom showing good speed today and is racing toward the lead. And from the far outside, Epic Ride is racing out there too in this historic run beneath the Twin Spires in Derby 150. And there's 4 across the track early. Trek Phantom down toward the inside, just still in between. Fierceness is right there. Third on the outside. Epic Ride comes out racing in fourth as they move into the first turn. Stronghold is fifth. West Saratoga is in sixth. Mystic Dan in tight toward the rail seventh. Resilience is racing in eighth. Catalytic toward the inside ninth. Society Man's in 10th. Forever Young in between horses racing 11th. Domestic Product 3 wide in 12th. Dornock is off the pace today in 13th. Catching Freedom is 14th. And then it's Forever Young moving up into 15th. Grandma the First is 16th. Sierra Leone is 17th. T.O. Password is 18th. Endlessly is 19th. And Anna Marie is 20th and last. A demanding pace in the Derby, 46 3/5 seconds, and it's Track Phantom, Just Steel, and Fierceness. The three of them right across the track with 4 furlongs to go. And Mystic Dan is right there, in behind racing fourth saving ground. Epic Ride starts to move up on the outside. Epic Ride is moving up into fourth. Stronghold is there. Resilience is launching his rally now. Here comes Resilience with a 5 wide sweep, and Forever Young is rallying for Japan. And Sierra Leone is launching his rally too. It is wide open. Catching Freedom's going to come through toward the inside. They're off the turn. Mystic Dan cut the corner and grabbed the lead right at the top of the stretch. Sierra Leone and Forever Young are shoulder to shoulder with a furlong to go, but they've got 2 lengths to make up on Mystic Dan, who's begging for the wire. Forever Young and Sierra Leone keep on coming. Sierra Leone, Forever Young, and Mystic Dan. A wild finish. Here's the wire. Photo finish. 3 noses on the wire. Mystic Dan, Sierra Leone, and Forever Young in an international thriller.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
That was a brilliant call by this gentleman. It really was, because if you notice, he said a lot of things very subtly in there while he was trying to track 20 horses, which isn't an easy thing to do. And, you essentially, I don't know how these guys do it. I know they go by colors and they memorize that, but a flawless call. And then during the course of doing this, he gives you a little very important and subtle play-by-play when he was talking about Forever Young and Sierra Leone being shoulder to shoulder. That was part of a post-race. I don't know how controversial it was, but the 2 horses were seemed like Sierra Leone was lugging in on Forever Young. and bouncing that horse around a little bit. There was no claim of foul by the jockeys and no steward's inquiry, but there easily could have been. I've seen horses taken down and disqualified a place for less, because you could make the case that losing with three noses on the wire by Forever Young, that this bumping might have cost that horse a place. And could have easily finished second or maybe even won the race. And then he did spot Mystic Dan slipping through along the rail, which was great. So a tremendous call. And track announcers, usually if there's a photo, they'll give the horses in the order that they think came in. And he hit that on the head in what many people would have thought was almost impossible to separate photo finish. So a brilliant call there. And the people that didn't see that on video, that guy's angle was not exactly pristine, you would have to say. I mean, it sounded like, I don't know where your position was yesterday for this Predators game, but that was, not the most ideal place to be calling a race from.
No, not at all. And that's why I said to me, why I had to show the video, because he's looking at this, first of all, through binoculars. God bless, because not only is it that, down by his chest, he has the scorecard as far as from the horses. So he's briefly looking down, looks for his binoculars, keeps everybody still in tune, all under the same breath, which is, I would be, the minute I look down at binoculars, go back up, where's the horse?
Oh, yeah, no, it's gone. Yeah, they're the fly ball to left field, and it is, where is it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But no, for us in the broadcast, we were halfway between the 100 to 300 level. And if it would have been a broadcast booth, we probably would have been, it may have been a little bit tougher to see. So we're kind of like mid in between, which is great to be able to see the field. There was no problem there. It was just, again, because of the audio coming through the speakers and where it was, is the stuff that ended up driving me crazy. But no, we had a really nice spot where we are on them down here by the field.
Great call there. Unbelievable. I'll have to check and see. I'll watch the NBC version and see if, not that it matters, but I've always been a big fan of race callers. I happen to know many of them, many of the greats I got to know personally from covering horse racing for many, many years, both on the East Coast here and on the West Coast. And, big races, you end up traveling around quite a bit and the whole circuit. But that was absolutely tremendous. He was right on it. Many callers will put, they have like 20 different colored magic markers, and they will mark the reason they look down on the scratch sheet, as it's called. They'll look down at that, and they have the corresponding color, which they can quickly identify then in case they're blanking on the name of the horse, which I could never do this now. I did have one experience, and Angel, you're in Tampa. Maybe you can dig through the archives of races at Tampa Bay Downs.
Okay.
And somewhere in the ancient history of the racetrack, you will find one race that was called by one Jeff Defoe DeForest from the announcer's booth. And I can tell you that even if you had listened to this, studied it, done it your whole life, been an announcer, so you're comfortable in these kind of situations doing play-by-play, it was not easy to do, and it was not a call that I would necessarily want to put on my my resume reel. so because it's not easy, and I was calling a 6-horse field where I had all day to study the names of the 6 horses. So I had that down, and it still was not that simple to go ahead and translate what was going on the track instantaneously and corresponding with the action as you were doing a live call. So great respect on that call.
Yeah, no, you got to figure too for Travis Stoneham. This is once a year that you have to get ready for this, and you know that everything rides on it. Like all the other races leading up to means absolutely nothing, but it gets to that point. Okay, the Kentucky Derby is about to be run here, and then you have to be flawless for 2 minutes and 40 seconds as they come around the track. And I mean, my hat off to him, because that is extremely hard to do, but he made it seem like he's been,
piece of cake, man.
Yeah. Like it's absolutely nothing. So
Travis Stoneham, he's been around for a while, and I've actually spoken to him once. He was doing an impression of the great Andy Beyer, who is one of the renowned horse racing writers and handicappers. Of course, he was with the Washington Post for many years, has a couple of books out that are worth reading if you're going to get into handicapping, although the lingo probably and the vernacular of the game, it's not like he's doing this for dummies. So, you have to have a little bit of experience with it. One of the great lines to open up any book, any piece of literature, came from the great Andy Beyer. And I'm not sure how you would feel about this, but it sounds like you're being sexist, but it's not meant to be in any way. And that was the simple line to open the book, "Women and gambling don't mix." And that was the opening line of one of his many offerings when it came to handicap and thoroughbred racing. And I think if you look back, at least on my lifetime, that probably is one of the most essential and pure empirical truths that I've ever come across. Women and gambling don't mix.
Jeez. Well, that's not a good thing. No matter what you look at in the movies, it's the same exact way. It's not a good thing. But as we're quickly,
you're thinking Sharon Stone in Casino, yeah. But
yeah,
no, I mean it can work to your advantage. It definitely can. And there are women now that are gambling. In fact, you would think that the entire female population of the United States is just betting their brains out based on all of these ads and handicapping shows where it's nothing but babes. Angel, we talked about this. Nothing but when do you ever see that in any gambling environment where it's just completely occupied by smoking hot 20 to 30-year-old women that all have a strong opinion about whether or not the Chiefs can cover 5.5 against the Titans?
Yeah, nowhere, not anymore. At least now, I mean, they're getting more and more into it. So it's not like back in the day. Back in the day, you barely hear anything that went on, and you wouldn't hear a lot of women doing sports talk either. But now it's dime a dozen. As we gotta quickly end up wrapping up the show here because we have back right behind us with Toby Schulman at 12 o'clock.
Wow.
Then Talk Spicy with Coach Gene. That's from 4 to 6 p.m. And Bleacher Brothers are back tonight. Bleacher Brothers from 6 to 9 p.m. as well. Don't forget, you guys can go to bleacherbrothers.com and make your Bleacher bet. Or at least get a hold of AJ. He'll tell you how to win some.
Red hot AJ Johnson.
Yeah.
Red hot.
Ridiculous.
Yes.
But in a good way.
Yeah. No, he's great. Been phenomenal. All right, Angel. A pleasure, my friend. I'm glad that everything worked out. And it's always fun being with you. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Yes, indeed, Defoe. We will be back here tomorrow from 10 to 12. Don't forget, you guys can always hear us on the Digital Radio Sports app, which is Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. You can download it via the BroadSCSouth.com website, both on the Android and the Apple version. Again, to our friends over at Vid 96.1 in Orlando and 1340 AM, or 1340 AM, 1330 or 96.1 FM as well. 2 of their stations in HD in Orlando. We thank you guys as well. And thank you for everyone for making the Hispanic broadcast the first ever for any indoor arena event. It was phenomenal, and I can't thank you guys enough for watched here during the social medias and listening in as well on both stations. So more to come with that as well with the Orlando Predators as they get a short week coming up, and then they're off to Louisiana on Thursday. So they'll fly out there, I think, tomorrow, get ready for the game on Thursday, and then you guys will be able to watch it on the Vyre Network, VYRE network.com. And you guys can watch the game that way. So thank you to Jeff Defoe DeForest.
Always a pleasure, man. I had some bug in my room here. I feel like I was on Naked and Afraid, man.
Oh, boy.
Thing was attacking me. It's crazy, man. I got welts coming out of my arm here. It's nuts.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will see everyone here tomorrow. Don't forget, Pete Sheppard starts today off from 7 to 10 a.m. We thank you all for listening to Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game, and have yourselves a great rest of your day.